Okudilio nyekelanio Olisamalugonko ene menenua Okudilio nyekelanio Chukuna malugo yobia diocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo Nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo Nifo solo ne asi alibazie Oboye bebe agaranya muliba Oboye wuru agaranya mebibe solea Mano agaranya mua Oboye afyozie nipakwa Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chikubezio lisa Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili wakema kodili wanima Naino kwane we beluge beluo Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili kemo kodili heyo Ibedwe me wane Nikadiezi bohimo
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing that I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%. Okay. You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. Can we arrest the meeting ground? Can we arrest the meeting ground? So learn to control your emotion. You understand? Okay. Learn to control your emotion. You are a rat.
Please don't take.
$1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911 $1,911,844,000,000 1 trillion. This money is too much for me. 1 trillion. I hope that is not on the record.
Hello, good evening out there, ladies and gentlemen. You are again welcome to the concluding part of this Sunday broadcast, coming from the stables of Dr. Damages. and today's title is 90 Minutes Africa. And we will be basically discussing Dr. Rudolph's book called A Kiss That Was Never. Yes, the title, those of us who are, very good Ave Maria, we don't call that kind of thing in the public, but Rudolf has made me to now call this this very word. You understand what I'm saying? So a kiss in that was never was is very good, very good, very lovely, something that you should love to read. Yes, it presents a good read, entertaining, very well collected words, things that you will read and it will give you nostalgic feelings. It will take you down memory lane, whether you are reading it for the fun of reading or just to get some literature value out of it. It has everything encapsulated in just this little book that I have in my hand here, which is just about 87 pages, and in it has all kinds. By the way, this was endorsed to me. It's written to KJ. Thank you for your services. For real, you are the cornerstone of the have your say. I'm grateful. With warm wishes, Rudolph. I know that haters will be saying now why that is the cornerstone. I'm the cornerstone. Take it easy because yes. So today we'll be talking about Rudolph's book. In fact, the book itself, if you allow me to go a bit into it before I begin to bring our guest, it captures both romance, politics, and human existence. It also touches in the supernatural, in good and evil. It also touches about growing up in the suburb, in the rural area, and in the city. It takes you from that point to foreign land, places you love to visit, and places that will make your heart meh. Okay? And he also talks about, those days that we used to be in secondary school, where, of course, you have, you understand what I'm saying? I will not ignore that, but it's a good read. I would like to invite you very quickly so that we all can have a bite at this, and we'll discuss it and know exactly how you feel about it. If you have not read the book, it's okay. You can still come in. We will find a way to get you, into knowing what the book's all about. And we have been discussing this book with people like Okey Ndibe. Of course, those of you who have read him will know that we don't have to even praise any of them, because they are already people, giants in the literary world, as the case may be, and all of them took a punch at this book, and everybody has something good to say, even those who ordinarily do not appreciate literary work. And I must say about Rudolph, he does not portray, when you look at him, he doesn't give you the impression of where he has been and what he has been. Very humble, unassuming individual. And so because of that, sometimes the ability or trying to overlook who he is and what he has done is very high for certain individuals who do not, of course, you know what I mean. So because people are very humble, doesn't make them really, or you don't know them, doesn't make it, doesn't reduce whatever they've been able to achieve in their lifetime. And Rudolph, one of those who come, very unassuming, and sometimes it's easy to mistake that. But in this book again, A Kiss That Never Was. He has been able to distinguish himself as one of the writers of our time. I wish I could write like that. I have to learn from these people, because I have been writing one book since I left university. I've been writing that book. Oh, I don't even know what the manuscripts are today, but I know that book, if it had come out, I would have been a prophet, because what's happening now in Nigeria was what I was actually treating a village forest as a yardstick for that. But today, you see, that is happening live in our nation. But having said that, I can see somebody, a great guy, who himself is full of knowledge and understanding. I will bring him in so that he can tell us what he feels, so I don't monopolize, the mic. Welcome, Mr. Ovie. Oh, Ovie. Wait, bros me. I in a different style. Come on, man. Okay.
Man.
It's like you are very high. Let me leave you.
Let's go.
Yeah, but I can see smoke now. I don't want the smoke to be in.
I don't nowadays. Since I put off so.
Okay, great. Because I can even smell it from here. And
no, go high, yo.
My eyes already telling me. Okay. So you are bros me. See live jollification. Now the flanger. Wow.
Allow me, I beg. Guess what?
This live no balance.
We don't know how the world they go again. If you wake up, we don't end tomorrow.
If you when they analyze international policies, don't know how the world they go again. Now native doctors go know.
No, the world now is Trump will wake up tomorrow go say come. This is it.
Okay.
But anyway, what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you're welcome over here. You were here earlier in the broadcast and you took a swipe at a bite at the book, a kiss that never was. What do you think? Was Rudolf able to accomplish his goal? Again, as a writer, was he able to accomplish his goal? And this smoke, I still the same, and I'm getting.
No, for real. I don't.
Yeah, I know that.
I'm with you now. See.
Okay,
let's go.
Yeah, so was he able to accomplish his goal? And reading from, you have read the book, and I'm sure you were able to give. What was he able to accomplish his goal?
Oh, of course. From well, first of all, they say I think in the book it makes reference to madman going back and forth. They say the difference between a genius and a madman na success. So now because that man say time no day. So on the screen they were real geniuses, real doctors, right? The man who interviewed Dr. Damaji was a real doctor. Why Dr. Okonkwo was a fake doctor? I be the madman. But because of the success of the work, the geniuses around him are now referring to him to his work as a success. So he's no longer the madman, right? Because the difference between a genius and the madman is success. So he has successfully put down a work that even those who are in that level of geniusry actually acknowledge. So who am I to say, accomplishes is the aim of the book? I mean, no easy to write. I always criticize Dr. Damaji who at it, but it's something, and that's because I won't be like him, That's because I won't be like him. There's no big I would say I did compare. It's pretty much at this in terms of his wealth of experience and the work he has able to put out and still continue to put out. So it's somebody I try to look up to. It's like a political satiric, the guy did it. So there's so much that has going on for him that I envy him for that. At the same time, I don't want to be in a shoe because that's just that's a lot. So yes, to me, yes, it talks about as you rightly pointed out, the book cut across many genres, politics, way of life, and all that. But to me, the of course, as a political agbero, I always trying to see pretty much everything from the lens of history, politics, and power. And they say the the best way to analyze, to tell history is through politics. Once you understand the political chase, pretty much history blends along. And I think he was able to bridge that gap between the where we are coming from. Because for me, the ZP metaphor there, referred as a woman, is a country called Nigeria, right? But at the same time, his past, there's a part in Dr. Damage's past that once has a country other than Nigeria, which where I bring the work of Chinua Achebe. He has made reference to Chinua Achebe several times in his book. So I bring in there was a nation, right? If you digest that book where you understand that is reminiscing, he was talking about pretty much the 3 years old of a nation called Biafra, and Dr. Damage put it in a way that it's like a relationship that never see the light of day, but you still go back every now and then to reminisce, right? So, and I think that earlier in the morning, I was actually listening to the audiobook, right? My friend were there with me, we hear the book. It now just one phrase of the book here, and it's like, oh, so you said they listen to the Oka because I mean it's a love language. You said they listen to. I don't see you like that kind of person that So and that part now where somebody run away or somebody you lost, right? If you look back to your past life and say, oh, among all the relationship you have had, who will you wish to have back or things different, right? So pretty much that aspect of the poem make me to remember. Yeah, there was a Biafra, it is a country that only God know what it could have been, right? Do I want to go back there? Is a struggle that go back and forth for him, as somebody who had a relationship with that partner. So the fact that no matter how you wish or how you want to, it's always going to be part of your life forever. But you cannot fully appreciate what he or she could have become. So to me, I put that ZP to mean that the idea of the country, although other people actually see.
Okay, so Ovie, and I like to, because you have read the book. Will you say that VP could have been the Nigeria that was never? Now, seen from hindsight, Rudolf has pulled away from Nigeria as more likely an American citizen right now, but writing about the desire that he was thinking of seeing, hoping to achieve, and believing to hold on to. Yet, as time went by, days became years, and days become months, and months became years, and eventually the dream became a shadow, and eventually the sun went down and would no longer even have a shadow to hold on to. Will you say that Rudolf has found himself on the pedestal of not even having anything to hold on to, even though there was a great love for Zippy, even though there was a great desire to have Zippy, even though the Zippy was a promising, partner in progress for the future that was to be behold? What do you think? Or does it mean that VP is just a normal love affair that was never? What's your opinion?
No, there is a part where you talk about the silence of sacrifice, which is what him falling to as a diaspora. Not many Nigerians who to praise what you said, the Nigeria that never was. Even though some people will debate that because it's still a developing story, right? But when you bring in somebody who has left, like Dr. Damage is now in Nigerian American, is now you will be right in that sense that maybe it will be romanticizing about the Nigeria that never was. So for him, so Okonkwo right, my silence is a wall built to keep you safe. This is a form of dying for someone, choosing to suppress one's feeling and truth, effectively killing one's own emotional expression, which is the Nigeria that never was, right? in the belief that it's protecting the other person from diaspora of their soul. So it's I can only imagine, right, the state of mind where they, right. And I said I can only imagine, some of us will still be 100% Nigerian, right? So to us, the Nigerian story is still developing. It hasn't died yet. But to him, as a diasporan, there's a war, right? And there's nothing he can do than to just fantasize what he could have been if he's still there, but at the same time, I like those who are there to breathe. And it's just another thing. The Okonkwo also notes that the road is paved with the ghost of who we were before the ocean swallow our names. So for an immigrant, the person who existed back home dies so that the person in the new country can survive. So the fact that he has to come to reality. So in order for him to actually survive in this new world, that the Nigeria that you say has died, we actually has to die. And I think that's something
Yeah. Can we dwell on that a bit? Because you are here, and many people do not see or may not see what you're saying, especially those who are.
So let me. Okay, go ahead.
So the question be, what does the poet, was he able to extricate what happens to an immigrant who comes into what I will have described as a wilderness? No relative, no friends, nothing. Virtually, you are dropped at the middle of the ocean. And then you have to re-understand your name, re-understand who you are, begin almost from the scratch. Was Rudolf able to pass that feeling to those who are back home, to understand what an immigrant feels in a land that doesn't belong to him?
I would say yes, because for him to be telling the story, according to him, taking many decades, I think yes. And if you, on his that book, if you continue, when he said that the person who existed back home died so that the person in the new country can survive, you are the one left behind, to your question, or the one waiting. That version of him, Okonkwo, died for the journey, and by extension, for the dream of a better life that included you. So, even whether the only choice you have, right, either die through the journey or you kill in Nigeria so that you can have a better life. And talking about success, he has succeeded. In other words, he's having a better life in this new country. So, and again, he said, in this, death, here, talking about Nigeria, there is a reference to a specific line to remember from the book. So, yes, he is an example of success. But I don't think he will see it from the context of conversation, because often than not, he still romanticizes, the country that died. So I don't think he will agree with you that that country had died. But again, from his presentation, in order for him to have a good life and be successful, that part has to die, right? Which again go back to the oracle himself, Achebe. There was a country. So maybe tomorrow, Okonkwo will write a book, right? There was a country, the Nigeria.
I see where you're going over here. I see where you're going. But as you literally work, you have the right to interpret whichever way you want. So I don't think we're doing any injustice. However, there was a question I wanted to ask, which has to do with, okay, I've forgotten right now. But generally, discussing the issue, especially, the reference to his ancestry. Now, do you think while we are in a foreign land, our ancestors still hear us, or the rivers are too many for them to hear when Okonkwo is trying to connect with his ancestry? Especially the character he referred to, that he hears and takes over, and he doesn't listen to people when that character takes over. Do you think that the ancestors can still hear him after all these rivers that have crossed?
Yes. Why? Because he talked about the spirit of Agu.
Yes.
I think the spirit of Agu is it has no geographical restriction. It's timeless. It's seasonless. It's like it's God. Like it's in the cloud. Like the one we say in AI. So yes, if you are in that spirit, right?
Yeah.
Of course, you are always in tune with your ancestors. Right. That's why I asked him that last question. And does his ability to do what he's doing has to do with him being the reincarnation of his grandfather? And he laughed because I've listened to some of his interview where he's talking about him being the reincarnation of his grandfather, right? So again, you can say maybe it's unique, right? You can always tap into that the spirit of his ancestor. But I think from the book you will understand that the spirit of Agu is pretty much universal. It doesn't really have a, it's not inheritance. It doesn't have to do it's okay. Now king, she has to belong to this kind of family, or you have to be this to be in that kind of spirit and all. So if it takes over you, I don't think it has location doesn't matter. And that's why he was able to see do what he's doing, even though that country where the spirit of Agu is bettered for him, or where his ancestor resonated, he's dead, literally speaking to him. But the spirit of Agu still is still working strong in him. So yeah, the connection. Then now but I think the question you are drafting to does that include
Yes.
every other diaspora, right?
Yes. Yes.
I would say yes. I would say yes, because especially in our today's world, right? Everybody want to reconnect. I think they have that conversation in the first section where now Dr. Rami said make reference to when he talks about even the Europeans are kind of confused. They don't know where they are coming from. But it will come in time where in the diasporas will start asking where the ancestral lineage, and it's already happening, right? People take the ancestral test and all that thing. So, and I think most people embark on that journey to actually actualize the question he asked. They want to reconnect to their ancestors, and if you pay attention to a lot of in diaspora, really in diaspora, those that were born here who finally visited Nigeria or Ghana, for instance, went back to the slave route, they will tell you they felt something that they cannot put in word or experience, right? And somebody that understands Agu will clearly know what they are talking about. You understand? So yes, I think the
Yeah.
location doesn't really matter.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. There's another piece that I like, and the one he entitled "He Died for Me," obviously referring to the young man who lit himself up in front of the UN building to call the world's attention to what was going on in the eastern Nigeria. And I like the last last portion of that poem, and I'll read it out. Say, to hear the cries of Biafran children, if I had been born months earlier, if I had been weaned from my mother's breast, I could have been one out of the children, one of those children whose pictures shame the cover of life. He died for me. He didn't have to, but he did, because nobody listened, and nobody is listening even now. For me, that was a sad commentary, but I don't know how it comes across to you. That even at that time, despite all this life wasted, nobody still listened. The world didn't care. And even now, nobody's still listening. And the irony of it is that right now, we're in the middle of two wars going on. Okay? One is going on in Ukraine, which is official. One is going on in Iran, which is official. All of the official one is going on in Nigeria. The same thing for which we fought, the same thing for which the poet is writing on. And yet, nobody's listening, and nobody seems to be listening, even now. And a young man sacrificed himself, who's not a Nigerian, who's not an African, who had all his life in front of him, but yet he chose to lay it down for people who may not even recognize what he did. Because Nigeria, I'm thinking now, this is my thoughts, any sane nation would have, even now that the war is over, would have found a way to mortalize that guy. Say, this guy called our attention, but we did not listen. And that would have been a point in life for people, for us to take a look at what the price other people paid for us. But I don't know how you see it, whether you are in the same line or you think differently.
Again, the guy who lit himself up, right? That is also the spirit of Agu taking place. Some might refer to him as a madman, right? But
I agree.
you understand? But
Yeah.
it's also, but now the way to see him there is, even in the book, you will discover that the death of the partner to create a lesson, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that guy who decided to take inside is the realization that some people are meant to be a lesson rather than a life partner. If you're going by the context of the book, when someone dies for you in this context, it means that they have existed your story intentionally to become a lesson, right? So that partner must die. They sacrifice their place in your bed or at your plate, at your table, so that they can occupy a permanent place in your growth, right? It is a haunting kind of love where the person removed themselves from the wedding that was aborted to ensure that you finally learn that architectures of the life. So it's the same spirit that Okonkwo, Rudolf is displaying, trying to see what? Be a lesson, bring awareness. Even though the world don't care, the spirit of Agu cares. And he has to find a way, one way or the other, to manifest, to manifest, to bring awareness. Because it is also the vein of regret, looking back to the country that was. Because part of the looking back, you will hear the cries, the tears, the agony of those kids that the Dr. Rudolph used in his book, In the Belly of the Biafras and all that. So I think if you see from that angle, yes, the attention that you pay to the world that doesn't care about what is happening to you will be a flinch. Okay, so that will not be at your own. That should not be. It will be a distraction if you keep paying attention. Well, nobody care. But you have to find a way to not connect with that your ancestral spirit, the Argo spirit. If the only way you can do, which is what Dr. Damage is doing, is to be a lesson. Dr. Damage is talking about how he forces a father to write a book, that he wishes his grandfather wrote a book. His grandchildren are coming to read his book, right? So the whole point is to make sure they are a lesson, that there was used to be a Nigeria from his diaspora perspective. There was a country from a Biafran perspective. But going forward, the people we see, just like after talking about what the young man did in the 60s, lit himself up. I know who know the story is that level, right? So again, that's the spirit of Agu coming in a different form to say, yes, even though the world don't care there, as we talk about, the world don't care about what is happening to the Gazians and the others. But guess what? It is all to them for you to tap into your spirit and be a lesson. You don't have to be a life partner. You don't have to be there, but the worst that you can do is to come and go without no trace or no record of you ever being here. That means a whole generation civilization has died with you. So that is the spirit that young man display. He knows that if he go out like it, taking himself out like it, that is a very hard love to live for the people that you are speaking for him to bring attention to, right? But guess what? It's a life lesson. It's going to be with you and your generation unborn pretty much for life. So that's the lens in which I see that. So it's kind of that in his book, he talks about regret of silence. he died in your word, becomes a ghost because he believes his word will only bring the despair of the soul to your doorstep. So
I agree. And thank you also for that long analysis. I don't know how many of you are out there. We are waiting for people to come on and let's discuss about Rudolf book. If you are
see this one a book. You know, go see anybody. This is when we talk now. We see when we are among your equals, you know the difference.
and so you guys, you can now see. I thought those other people who they know how to. They should be
They
here.
did there. They hear you. They did there. What you want me to talk? When they talk, Obi no go win. I be Fulani they kill. Now they say na IPOP now they sponsor terrorists now. So if they say that will be the topic now, the studio go full.
Okay, so now
they will come here. They insult my governor.
Okay, I want to again thank you for what you're doing. I really appreciate your paying attention to these details. Now he quoted something that he said is the cross of his writing. In other words, the cornerstone of what he had put together, which is what I want to read out to you. He said, a poet who looks back becomes a madman. And he went ahead to say, whereas a madman who looks forward becomes a poet. Now, I want to ask, what has Igbo people got to do with madmen? Because you notice that the other day, Peter Obi said he got his advice from madmen. So, now, my dear brother,
the spirit of Agu. And the spirit of Agu.
He said that madmen who look forward will become poets, and then a poet who looks for backward will become madman. So help me understand, what is this about madness going on around the East?
You see that analogy. It fits to Nigeria. Tunaja doesn't believe in history. Doesn't believe in looking back. If they look back,
I don't come and fight you because it's not on set now.
I won't bring them up.
Okay.
I won't bring them up. So on a more serious note, no. I know when I know between I won't insult him. He doesn't really believe looking back and all those kind of things. So it will look at you as if you don't know what you are doing. That's no. We have to build our military. No. But again, when in the future, that thing where you tell him about the past that makes you seem like a madman to him, he will not say, "Oh, you were right. So you are now a prophet."
Mm-hmm.
You see where Dr. Ameji is coming from there, right? Of course, if you look back, just what Obi was doing, you look back to the hard part he got in the past, which is pretty much looking back. And he got it from a madman. But that man they had the same spirit, the spirit of Agu.
Okay.
If Obi no get spirit of Agu, he will not be able to see through that man.
Understanding.
You understand?
I understand.
So if Obi become president today and actually put that madman advice to use, what does that madman becomes now?
A poet. Becomes a wise man.
That's it.
I agree with you. We just need to dissect it because when I saw that writing being put together, I said, "Oh, come on, Rudolf is operating from another realm, which I'm here to understand." Because not a lot of people take notice of people who are not doing well in society, talk less of a mad person. But here he's saying, just like the Igbo adage that if a child washes his hand properly, he will eat with the elders. Here he's saying that a madman, irrespective of what you think about him, at another fora will become a wise man, will become a poet. Okay? But a poet and a same man who does not think properly, who cannot articulate and know what is good for a society, will go ahead and become the problem of that society, becoming a mad person. And I think that is what is applying right now in our society, because you will have thought that those who are in governance know the right thing to do. But are they not now all behaving like mad people? Because when you are sitting in the place of authority with the armed forces at your beck and call, the resources of the country at your beck and call, and yet you cannot provide simple leadership, simple, yes, are you now not acting as a madman? So I agree with Rudolf here. on that framing, which is very, 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 very interesting. I don't know if you have anything to add before I bring gentleman that is behind.
Bring at me.
All right.
See.
Here comes Tony. Tony, you're welcome. And Tony is also one of the...
Now only read intellectuals they come. No be.
Yes.
No be.
He has gone through the book cover to cover. So the book is not strange to him. He has a good understanding of it. And he was here earlier, when he was able to match the PhDs and the professors, footstep by footstep, as the house I would say, fiscal to fiscal, face to face. Yes. So, welcome. What do you think and what do you say? Can you give us a short review of a kiss that never was? As a very God-fearing, Christian, good Christian. Even the word I try to, not to call it very, so it doesn't look as, you understand what I'm saying, Tony? I don't know why he chose to put it that way, but we have to just call it. So, okay, go ahead, sir.
Greetings, KJ. Ovie, now I believe say sometimes to smoking go they help. Yeah, so
don't be sultan all the time.
So I give you out of my heart for you, for framing the views the way you did. So thank you. It was interesting, because you if you are trying to containerize that book in the context we see it, then you won't have that would be just a bad eye view of the what this is all about, because you can, if you extrapolate it, you would see that it will resonate with almost everybody, in terms of what Rudolf was saying there, from the beginning to the end. But let me tell you something that Rudolf said that that I also agree with. Before the Civil War in my town, there was a madman, very, very popular. He was going around the town shouting, "On the number matches, on the number matches, on the number matches." So what he was seeing something that the rest other people who are saying, including the professors and so on, didn't see. But that was the madman. And what he was saying, he was warning that there's something ominous that is coming. There's something ominous that is coming. There's a dangerous, sign that I'm seeing. But of course, everybody saw him as a mad person. And
as a talk of a bad man.
Yes. They saw him as a mad person until, what he was saying dawned on my people in the morning of October 5 and October 6, 1967. That was when some people now started, recollecting that, this guy, had gone saying these things and nobody gave heed to what he was saying. So, so there's some relativity in what is it? Dr. Damages was saying, because in this context, who is mad? Who is really mad? All of us are mad, but he is the only one that is sane. So I think it captures that same scenario that he's trying to paint, But beyond all that, I think that the book, the way it is presented, is presented in a very readable, simple fashion, even though it's a deviation from his usual style. But you can see that there are nuggets of truth that you can pick from that. You see how the breakdown, if you listen to the breakdown and everybody looked at it and, took, different aspects of it and looked at it. For instance, like the agu, in my place, there's something they call inoagu. There's a way you'll be behaving. I asked Rudolf that question, but maybe he forgot to answer it. There's a way somebody will be behaving. They will say, now his grandfather, now he be his agu. That means because there are certain features that they see and behavioral patterns and traits that they see in him that reflects his grandfather. Okay? So if he has a peculiar character or characteristics that he exhibits, they will look at him and say, this is so that's why I asked Dr. Damages in Igbo cosmology, is there a relationship between reincarnation and agu? you know, because the way it is presented is as if it can come upon you and you begin to, say certain things or behave in a particular way. But there's also the other aspect where you see someone who is almost like a carbon copy of his grandfather or great-great-grandfather or great-great-grandmother or something like that. And you're wondering, I've heard my mom say, to one of my, in fact, my immediate younger brother, who, who is here, is a doctor, my mother would look at him the way he behaves and certain things that he does. He would say, this is my uncle, reincarnate. This is my uncle. Because he behaves, there are certain patterns of behavior that she sees that say, this cannot be by accident. This is him. So those things, some of those things, we have let Western education and civilization kind of wash them away. That today, we now think that we know better than our people who for years lived. They didn't have to go through all this medical examination and things that they had their own way of doing things. They had their technology and it was working for them. It may not reflect the Western pattern, that we see today, but there are quite a lot of things that we're doing that we have lost, that we are still trying to. I mean, the world is now going back to the basics. They're going back, to handmade things that, and so on and so forth. And they still appreciate those things that are actually down to earth, not some of the things that we see in the world today. If you take arts, for instance, African art, take the Benin mask, take the Woku, or North culture, or poetry from the north. Now you wonder what kind of technology did they have that they make it so fast, so this way that the woman would steal it and would not want to return it. Because you can't steal something that is not good now. It must be appealing to you. There must be something that you see in it that reflects something that you have not seen that is admirable. That's why you are stealing it. And even when they're asking you to bring it, you can't bring it. So the question will be, what kind of technology do these people have that they're able to produce the same thing? Maybe simple technology, but it works. And it creates something that is standard and is well acclaimed. So if you look at going back to the book, going back to, I think Rudolf tried, in just that small 87 pages, picture something that if you sit down and reflect, you would see a potpourri of experiences that is showing up there, that is throwing up there for us, to ponder. And think about. That's the way I look at the book, and I think it's something that everybody should look at it and look at it with rapt attention. Look at it, reflect on it, and as you read and begin to see what are the lessons that you can take from this little book that we read. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And if you're out there, especially our regular panelists, AY, forefathers, man of prestige, and all of you, come, let's discuss. I know my sister Ify just entering, so we soon get her on, and she will give her own understanding, or she'll talk about the aspect of the book that she likes. Ify, you are welcome. Ify, welcome
Ify, I'm not happy with
this
you
special panel.
I'm not happy with you, Ify, because it was all a men's affair. I didn't see a woman there. And I'm going to
Tony, speak for yourself.
Yeah,
easy.
And I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight Dr. Damages, because he didn't tell me that he was going to bring me among such learned gurus and so on and so forth and make me. He didn't tell me.
Coming down.
I would have run away.
But I thought he'd be coming down. Tinubu is the president. We don't know what 2027 will bring. Trump. So I'm in the midst of two lions. I'm dealing with Trump here. I'm dealing with Tinubu over there. And both of their names start with T. So there is no way out. I can't go to Nigeria. That place is even worse. Here, please, I beg. I gotta go work and make some money. I want an Africa.
If you are still able to make money, then all is well.
Well, it's almost
Yeah, so even the great Okey Ndibe had to leave to go and deal with the issues of Uncle Sam. So, if you are welcome, we were discussing A Kiss that Never Was, a book written by Rudolf Okonkwo, and it has so many different poems in it.
Ogo, not.
And reading through it. Sorry,
I said Ogo. Ogo.
What do you say?
I think that word is pronounced
Ogo.
Ogo.
Okay.
Ogo.
Ogo.
No, I think it's Ogo. Ogo now. Okay, so Tony, now you miss Samu, not with me. All right, so Rudolf was able to divide what the social strata that we all have, using Nigeria as his masterpiece, but was able to spread it across, both for those in diaspora, those living in other African countries, those living in Nigeria, those living in the East, those who went through the Civil War, those who went into love and hate, with in fact, he was able to wrap everything in a romantic scene to say that even he suffered some heartbreak from one ZP. But we are now looking at the fact that ZP could have been Nigeria, his desire to see Nigeria grow.
To become that our kids, a place that kids that never was.
You can run and call home. Yes. So the more you're running to Nigeria, the more Nigeria is running away from you.
Did he talk about the corruption? Is that what he
said? Yes, it all encapsulates everything. Yes. So what's your own take on the Rudolf Okonkwo's A Kiss That Never Was?
I didn't see the book. I didn't see the book. I know he wrote a book.
Okay. Oh, you didn't?
And I would like to, let me see how big it is. Less
than 100.
Less than 100. Yeah.
87 pages.
Okay. I would like to read the book. I did not read the book. I know he wrote a book, and I didn't hear anything again about the book.
And he mentioned your name there, so you better read, go and find the book.
My name?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So now some people are trying to bring to our notice, and I read that news. Just that I want us to treat this book first before going to say they mistakenly killed 200 people. So the question is, how many times?
Keche, your network, I don't know whether you're on band 0 or band -1. I mean, your network. This one, that's Tinubu's network.
I don't know what's happening though. I'm surprised. Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but it freezes, on and off.
I don't understand though.
Go ahead. We can hear you. Just breaks once in a while, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just in case it goes again, let me bring in CM so that even if it breaks again, people can go on discussing before, But here is the news.
Now let people where they read book, now you go pick show up.
Okay, so the Air Force reported that they mistakenly fired 200 people today, and so in fact, the governor came out to defend it, to say that market had been outlawed since how many years ago? What are they doing in that market? Anyway, that's a different topic. Let's conclude with Rudolf.
You are trying to bring them up a bit. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah. So now,
but CM is an intellectual.
Something. If you are you from Anam? If you can hear me.
Yes, I am. My town and Professor and Dr. Damage's town. We don't even have a boundary.
Oh, really? So this question is meant for you.
We don't have a boundary.
This question is for you, please.
Yeah.
So CM is here. CM is here. You are here. what does a number of people have to do with mad people, madmen, getting advice from madmen? Because here, in his book, and I read it to you, he says a poet who looks back becomes a madman, whereas a madman who looks forward becomes a poet. And the last time we were talking to Peter B, he said he got the idea from a madman. Now, Rudolf talking to us now, he said a madman who looks back in his place is now becomes a wise man. What is the issue? Is there a correlation between somebody who is not thinking well vis-a-vis being able to? Okay, can you expand on that, please?
CM can do that more.
Okay, all right, okay. CM, go ahead.
No.
The business in there with him. Go and do this. I agree. Anyway, that is side talk. It's not for. It's just side talk. It's side talk. It's accidental discharge. Good evening, everybody.
I'll forget on the public, huh?
Good evening, Oviena, you, Jare. Good evening, everybody. I wish you people well. Nah, but you get as they go to talk this thing. Maybe I go talk and Fibo translate. Nah, KJ, go na gane si ekwe na nani Rudolf de la Okwo. Enwete me a copy. How we go to talk am? Say our father, our Baba Rudolf wrote a book. Even to Korea one with his signature sent to me as passe na CM. Make
you are regular. As per say you are regular.
I for sure na my book. There are more books in my house than a grain of rice. To be honest, I'm telling you, under bed, everywhere. Then some stuff I don't even know where. So which how I go they talk am? No, me and Rudolf.
On Amazon?
Yeah, it's on Amazon, yes.
What's the title of the book?
Are they
Kid that never was.
Are the one where the signature the one where the signature of the author go there for beginning page.
Right.
Nah, they like.
Yes.
I go no say I don't arrive.
I have the book of having it authored by Rudolf himself.
Okay,
I mean,
Rudolf signature there your own.
Of course, I'll be simple. I'll be simple. The community.
Even KJ then get copies.
Of course.
Na me and Rudolf go. Then we share that one. I go deal with.
You go in England. There's a way people behave there. We don't know, So it's you understand what I'm saying?
No be we give on independence. Which one you they talk like this? No,
that was
America.
That was many years ago.
Anyway, the thing is that I wanted to congratulate Rudolf. He's done very well, The thing is, Rudolf is from Nobi, and they say Nobi is the spiritual. Is that the spiritual head? It's not the headquarters of Idemili. Not.
I've been to Nobi twice.
What you go find there? Now, what for you?
I go find.
Why? We were talking about the Idemili spirit here. Is that the reason why?
Okay, yeah. Yes, yes. Because the bill I said the Idemili is blessed with writers. Even in Newi too, there's one popular writer in those days. Almost we thought he go rival Chinua Achebe called Obiebuna. Obi Ebune is from Ozobolo, not in Newi, but the guy wrote. He wrote something, one of his books, he said he see one beautiful lady by the sea. He said after seeing this lady, don't want to see anybody again, making eye blind so that it will not be, that lady will be the last. This poet, sometimes they craze, but that is by the way, that if you see a poet, that is always, you can't be normal and be a poet. No, that is, you should go and know that one. You can't be normal.
It's the spirit of Agu.
They everybody. So either that the thing go just be like, say, you inherited a trait. Achebe inherited storytelling. The greatest poet we have then in Africa called the Chris Okigbo. Is that not? Yes, Chris Okigbo, the one that died during the
Pius Okigbo.
No, the junior brother, Pius Okigbo, an economist. Chris
Okigbo.
ask anybody, yes, na him be
Yeah.
the poet. Na him be the poet. Biafran war finishing the Igbo. Not only material, but human race. Where we look at that brain. In poem today, then they read that for Harvard now. Anyway, why I wanted to congratulate Rudolf. He's doing the right thing. Because a society where gay writers is virtually dead. To be honest, science, yes, looks to the future, innovation, everything. You changes, they prove something today, tomorrow. One mad scientist go just say na one condition make am work that way. If you change it, go work, you go alter it. I go start afresh. Like the research they did before, they say coffee na poison. People can run, later they can revise them. Redo research again, say coffee is good for health. Now people begin rush coffee again. Countries like Ethiopia and Kenya and Brazil, where they go coffee, they start making their money. So what Rudolf is doing as an artist or this thing, I congratulate him. He's doing it. He's doing his bit. But I don't know. I've not read the book. I don't know he could write books of poetry. I mean, sorry. His book I read was This American Life Safe. I read that one. It's full of wheat. It's full of wheat. For people who never go US, it's supposed to read them before you board plane.
There's a bit of that. There's a bit of that too in this one.
Okay, so so when I read that American Life Safe, in fact, I said, thank God I never step into US before reading this thing, so that anytime I shot it go there, I go read them. I they remind myself, say I know one. Anyway, I don't mature to come misrude. So the thing is this. I like Rudolph's idea. He's quite creative and then doing this. But creativity, the way they say, if you begin to churn out book, you go lose value. That's what I learned for a writer. It takes some people years to produce a creative work.
Yeah, this one, he said it took him 30 years. Sorry, Tim. He said it took him 30 years to write this one. But they collected the poem for the past 30 years.
Okay, recollection. Okay, well, this is a book because a book of poetry is not like prose where you go start the blow grammar from beginning to end. A book of poetry can be different. How do they talk? Some go deal with different topics. Some fit deal with maybe if he compose poem with what they do here every weekend, he can use some characters. Some are those some will go at the extreme. Some at the extreme. He use and then use people like us where they moderate. If you use my network, where they call a network connection, make one line. I gonna say I mean they refer to. So he is trying because creativity is not something you copy. You don't copy creativity. You can't. Even if you lift somebody's work, you can easily know. So creativity is like in you, and then it's like a burst pipe. When it burst out like this, then you will just like to put something down. Just one moment, let me bring, because there was a book. There was a book. Where is there? Oh dear.
Okay, but why
there was a book.
Where our lawyer guys? Tony, please call Mr. Warrior.
One more come. It's on your way. Go pop up.
The person who is we are talking about his book is the owner of this channel, so we should all be here to support it and talk about it. And then if you have not bought it, just like if he is researching now to put an order for it, place your order so that you also can have the book. Let us promote Rudolf. He has done something great.
And it's not expensive.
It's not expensive.
It's not expensive at all. I know that every money is money, but it's not expensive.
If you buy for candles, like $10.
So let's support him, and then let's discuss it. It would have been more lively if we had many more people who don't read them.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that.
Now I make mistake.
CM no reader.
The thing,
no, he no even know. I don't think CM is aware of the book.
CM is too busy reading.
There was a guy had it.
Maybe the reason is that you see, Dr. Damage is no say your bedroom everywhere, your bed, your ground, everything. You dream book.
It's true. It's true. It's true. To be honest,
Okay,
no, it's true. One day I go show my bedroom when I go out. So the thing is this: what
but
I wanted to say
wh-
was, there's a
when
man.
this book was
Hmm?
launched, we showed it here. We held a and we hosted it. We talked about it.
Yeah.
So that day, where is Tokwe? Tokwe, if you are hearing me, please come in. Tokwe was the one who even placed orders for a lot of people. On the
Hmm.
book itself.
Yeah.
So we had two broadcasts on this. So, but having said that, let's move on. Why HCM trying to touch yourself?
It's
No,
just
so what I
$9.
I may not be able to. No, I mean, anyway. I will mention the author. I wanted to show one book. There's a Nobel laureate, 1982 in literature, called this Colombian author Marquez. Something. What is the full name? Something Marquez. He wrote a book said "Love in the Time of Cholera." I wanted to ask Rudolf if he don't. I get most of his books anyway. Because he's a Nobel laureate, so I find and they read. You know what happened because of creativity? The guy was a university lecturer. So in the driving wife on holiday, say make them go from Bogota, I think in Colombia, to one area. He just they drive. The thing just strike him like that when he dey steering. One this thing, the book where they write, the thing just strike him. One idea just come like this. He do U-turn park, tell your wife say he want do something. Drive, go back, quickly go lock off himself for room. Begin right. And wife wait, they tire. She was annoyed. So eventually she finished that book, and that was that book that helped to earn him Nobel Prize. So what I'm saying in effect is that creativity, because for somebody to be especially this type of something Rudolph did, creativity is something that it comes like a lightning. A time will come, you could just day like if you just day useless for weeks or even months, you know go say nothing is coming in. All of a sudden the thing will just do like lightning. Fiam! If you be say you there bathroom the shower, or maybe you the price tomato for market, the thing just strike. You go quickly
Okay,
bring even if na toilet tissue, you go take and jot something down, then begin go home, go put them.
all
So
That is
right.
what
that is Ago.
Agu, that's Agu's. All right, but we will welcome somebody who has not been here for a long time,
yeah.
Mr. Electricity. You are welcome, Mr. Electricity. You are welcome. Before
He
you
has no light. Since that time, he no get light. Now
before
he
you go
get
ahead
everybody
and make
generator.
your comment, I want to read out one of Rudolph's poem, and it's titled "The Witches of Oshodi." A bird falls from the sky, lands on the ground, turns into a woman. Mere urban legend. Until the camera's phone came to Oshodi, Bill Gates scratches his head. Mark Zuckerberg pulls out a calculator. Oshodi crowd gathers. Lynch the woman. Lynch the witch, they screamed. Meanwhile, the world pays millions, billions to watch Spider-Man, high on special effects. Do the same as movies screen. Do the same on movie screen. Oshodi, don't just get a life. Find her a Hollywood agent. Find her a Hollywood agent. Years of looking at a high tension wire in the old New York City and in the old York City and New York City. I never seen a Spider-Man hanging. Oshodi, go and get the woman an agent. Would you? So
You see the
Rudolph was trying
creative.
to capture what happens. They live in African culture where people fly at night. Both those who fly and land on rooftop and those who know about that. Let us welcome Mr. Electricity.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Happy New Year to everyone that have not said Happy New Year. I was just passing by, nothing.
It's good you came.
That,
Hi, Electricity.
Electricity. Happy New Year in April.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've not seen you. I've not spoken to you for 3 years now, if I'm correct.
Hey. Wow. You have to bring
Obi, happy New Year to everyone.
Electricity no get light. All this why. Now he go in neighbor house.
I thought I better pass my neighbor. What we go do again? I thought I be witchcraft.
The poet, Mr. Rudolf Okonkwo, is saying that we should be happy to showcase the level of Hollywood that we have, which is not being portrayed, and that these people who do these things can become superstars instead of performing their actions in our communities and villages and suburbs. They should go. This thing should be recorded and put on this thing and marketed so that these people can make some life. Do you agree with him? Because these are the things that people are showing us. When they're having their Hollywood celebration, I say Hollywood Halloween celebration, is that not a form of witchcraft? So if they can celebrate their own and use their marketing tools, is it wrong if we begin to market women who fly on brooms or men also?
Harry Potter flew on broom. So I mean Harry Potter and the wizard of whatever it is. So there's nothing wrong. It's marketing. We can showcase our own talents. There's no restriction to that. I mean, I think it's already been done. I mean, Nigerian comedians and everybody doing what they have to do on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and everything. So it has helped people to discover their talents. Some people that don't know that they have such talents. So I was watching a Nigerian comedy on Tom and Jerry, the two guys acting as Tom and Jerry, and it was interesting, honestly speaking. Very, very humorous, very sense of humor. So I mean, we should showcase ourselves as much as we can.
Anyway, what I will say to that
All right.
is,
thank you so much. Have you read the book? Before I welcome my comrade, I call my comrade and he showed. This guy, and I'm a powerful guy. Thank you so much.
No, I've not read the book. I don't even know who wrote a book. So.
Oh, okay. He wrote a book called.
Can I just have 1 minute? I'm shopping somewhere because you mentioned my name. I decided to come up. Apart from the eulogy, apart from the praises, can we set one day aside to launch this book so that we can make a meaningful contribution to encourage the Rudolf? This is my 1 cent contribution. Let's do a special session for the launch of this book. We will donate immensely towards this project as a way of encouraging him. It's good to say he's good to do this. The eulogy is fine. The praises are fine. We can applaud him the way we can. But resources in any enterprise is like blood in the body. The body will die without blood. So any project without resources will die a natural death. So let's set a day aside for a special section to launch this book so that we can donate meaningfully towards this project. This is my humble opinion.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll discuss that with him. Once he approves that, we'll go ahead.
Yeah. On that
all right.
issue, the witch.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your comment, even though you're very busy. Thank you so much.
Sir, I have to go now. KJ, thanks. I just said I should stop by. Thank you.
Okay, thank you also. I don't know why you're all leaving, but it's okay. Thank you. CM. CM, go ahead.
On that issue, the witch, because it's a witch now. One would have, if to say the Western world can give somebody visa to come and perform that witch, because that will be a good theater in New York, maybe at the Guggenheim Museum or Guggenheim Theater, all those theater way full New York or London here. If they can give the person visa, say, okay, you go and turn into a witch, so that Oibo will know, say, Kaki no be leather, we have our own Halloween, where that is follow come. It's not a children Halloween. This one a Halloween. Or maybe if they approve of it, you don't need visa even. You can just fly, then land where you want to, any part of the world. Anyway, that's apart. Look at the way Rudolf weaved. But the line I would have loved to answer, Mark Zuckerberg and why Is it because when you mention Zuckerberg, I will be thinking in terms of Facebook and money, and then what other American did he mention? So, is it that it's a good something to make money from? Is that what he's trying to bring in there? Because poet, it's like a poet is a madman, sort of. Any poet must be somehow, because there's a way you can read a line without pausing and then explaining it and relating it, the meaning. There's not poem. That's why they say you campaign in prose and govern in poetry. You can speak prose. You campaign, take and they promise, like Tinubu is doing. When you sit down to govern, say it's like writing poem. You can write 2 lines only in 1 month. It never mean anything. You go to coordinate. So, to me, I'm trying to see the connection or the link. He can explain it because that is part of poetry. Yes, Oshodi, something fell and then turned into a woman. If you're in Nigeria, it's common, you can hear it. But when you bring in a Mark Zuckerberg, that is in another line, in the same poem. There must be something he wants to use it to explain. Mark Zuckerberg, what comes to mind is creativity. He created Facebook, and they make millions. They reach the entire world. It's like a communicate with there. Can the witch, the thing that turned into this and communicate? I don't know. Or if you look at Mark Zuckerberg in terms of how much he get, with that incident at Oshodi, yield billions or millions. Something like that is why poetry is not for everybody. If you write it and you write it well, the world will know you, and then they can
Yes,
always
yeah.
refer to. Yes, please.
I think he connected it with Hollywood and stuff like that, where
Okay.
there's so much that comes out of Hollywood, and people are rushing to view it. When in fact, this kind of thing with this scenario would easily beat Hollywood. I think that's in connection where he mentioned Mark Zuckerberg, because that's something that we trivialize in Africa. Yet this is
Okay,
something that will marvel the world.
Is Zuckerberg connected to Hollywood?
No. I think there's a mention of Hollywood too there.
Okay, Hollywood. Okay, on his own.
Yes,
Okay,
film, and so he was saying that we're watching this thing free of charge, and we trivialize it, and yet this is millions that is wasting.
Maybe I should have warned up front, because I'm not an artist. So if I'm using science idea to decode anything, may una pardon me.
No, you are in order. It's as if you listen to it. You are in order. You are in order.
No, the one that KJ read out, that is because I'm not looking at it. In fact, I haven't seen it. Otherwise, if I read it once, twice, then I will. I'm just trying to, because I know that is still.
No, you are in order. You are in order, CM. You are in order. Okay, Ovie, do you have any last word on this book?
But why not read another?
Ovie, hold on. I think KJ, I think it would be good, like Omoroyi, say. Then when we get the book and go through that, because honestly, that's why I'm not saying anything. I haven't read the book. So if after supporting him, we get the book, we can go through it. Maybe one of the evenings like this, we can go in details, I'm just talking about myself, I don't know if there is any other person. Did you read the book, Ovie?
Yes.
Okay. Ovie don't do review now. Ovie, here say you do professorial review for Rudolf. You try you.
I didn't know.
Be like saying that when you're high, now be like saying that when you're high, now you they get idea. Hey.
No. When you are, let me make it funny. When you are in the midst of your equal, you have to behave. I was in the midst of doctors, and but on the more serious note, but I get your joke though. It's not. That means I'm always in the right state of mind now, because I'm always high.
Anyway, the thing about it is that I also congratulate you for doing a review, because having read it and then you present this thing, so that's good. Reading is a culture. If you get reading culture every day, even if in an old newspaper, You go like to see one any day. If you catch the bug, it go be like somebody who is on hard drug or cocaine. So if you never take them, me they do me. I must look at a book every day. Not say I go read from beginning, but even in the one where I don't read before, I go just open them, then look something, then keep again. So it's like reading is a culture, and I congratulate Rudolf for from his
Yeah.
pen
Oh,
more will still come
yeah.
out. Let him continue writing. We need
Yeah.
writers.
Yeah. On Oshodi and Mark Zuckerberg. I
Thank you.
think on Oshodi and Mark Zuckerberg, it represent the distinction between the physical reality of Nigeria and the digital delusion. In a way, it's also symbolized the old world and the physical struggle of every Nigerian life. That's Oshodi pretty much. It's a bossy of that. It's like you are there, but there's no destination for you to arrive, right? So in that poem, what should represent where life actually happens? The sweet, the noise, and the yellow bus chaos of Lagos. They have connections that reminds almost a place of intense, also should make the restraint feel even more heavier. So if you look at the relationship, the ZP, that he described as a woman there, is a relationship that is, if you remember, it's pretty much constant. It's a relationship that never materialized. So you always go back to fantasize about that thing. So that's where like the Oshodi. If anytime you look back to what Nigeria represents for him, you see Oshodi, a very chaotic place and all that. So, and as KJ said earlier on, that Nigeria, so as far as Okkonkwo is concerned, is dead. you know. So Oshodi symbolize that dead, chaotic Nigerian lifestyle that still pretty much is. But the Mark Zuckerberg, which is the digital world that we live in, or pretty much tomorrow, is where is finding comfort now. So that's where
I
that's
agree
what I
with
understand from
totally.
that.
I agree with you. And even if you want to
But
take that
but no
further,
but no Oshodi
if you
of
want to take
old though. Say Fashola don't repair Oshodi now. Be like say na Oshodi.
Yeah, you like
this,
trouble, eh?
this book,
You-
No,
this
it's
book,
true. But it's true now. Many people not go.
hold on,
No Oshodi
hold
of.
on.
Okay, well, continue.
No, hold on.
Yeah,
See,
nah.
this book,
Yeah,
this book
it's
started
true.
30 years ago, and it's only coming out now. But here is
Hey,
what Ovie is saying. Here's what Ovie is saying. The Oshodi which Rudolf has painted in his book is the fact that there is a mixture of culture in Nigeria, both the modern and the traditional, what is the primitive way of life. The system that we are implying, we are neither with the modern, or neither are we with the AI, or are we even in the original portion that is just a normal developing country where we are. We are rather having a mixture of all. We're mixing a native traditional way of behavior and character and governance. We're mixing our local, everything is mixed up, and consequently there is no headway in that affairs. So he's asking, would we not rather go to Hollywood? Do we not rather take a system that can work for our people and portray our culture, our tradition, our government, our lifestyle, instead of going outside to borrow the same thing which we know we have, and yet are not able to implement what we borrow? So, in other words, he is saying that we ourselves are not even certain which direction we are going. Are we going towards the modernization? Are we going back to our origin? So that if you ask me, that's what I see. Because the woman who falls from the sky on top of the roof, and then it becomes a spectacle for the Europeans, but for us, it's a normal thing that we know. It's just that this one now ran out of luck. So if that system is working, and this people can use it as a form of transportation and doing other things, why can't we take it and apply it? Because if for instance, people who want to take office in Nigeria go and swear by Ogun, they will not likely go and do something like evil, because they know that Ogun know they waste time, But because we are mixing everything together, we don't know which one is the hand of Esau. We don't know which one is the hand of Jacob. And that's, I think, what Rudolf is implying on from my own perspective of understanding the works of literature. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know if Tony agrees with.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So if you don't have, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So let's make progress. If we will, let's go to discuss that topic that that somebody threw in. The Nigerian Air Force have said they are investigating the mistakenly buying of 200 people. I know when they say 200 people, you know that it must be about 300 or 400.
See, I want to ask a question.
Or even a whole community.
In the Western, in the Western world. Sorry, not only in the Western world. If you're a professional in anything, professional means you continue to update your skill and knowledge until you stop practicing that profession. The day you became that you get to that you get into the profession, you continue reading and updating your skill, everything, whether you go there 50 years or 100 years, until the day you say, look, I've retired from this job. Then you can decide that, why is it that our pilots, because do you know why I'm saying this? I started laughing. This has happened sometime. I think last year. Yes.
Many times, more than 3 times.
No, but I'm trying to say whether it's like something you say to, how do they say it? You set alarm clock every day, 7 o'clock, it must ring, continuous. So, you see, this thing is that they will tell you that their target, or they wanted to target A, but because of the altitude where they, so they feel, say, this area no be, and that A be the thing. They will now go and target and then massacre civilians from above, and the thing will happen. We've had this thing before, and now it's repeating. Now look at the casualty, look at the number. I think KJ was saying 200 and something. I mean, it can be mistake. To me, I feel it's deliberate. It can be. Do you know why I'm saying this? Is that, you see, I'm not a pilot anyway, and I don't really have need to be. But the thing is, if you choose to make it your profession, that you are in the aviation, and you are doing it not commercial pilot like driving or anything, but you are in the military. Therefore, the fact that in your own case, when you fly up, otherwise you should be on the ground. Commercial pilot knows that if I'm off today, I will be sleeping. Any day I'm walking, I'm on air. So you have to, and your own is, you are not dropping any bomb or whatever. You are moving just from A to B. Within 5 hours or 10 hours or 11 hours or 4 hours, you've arrived, or 1 hour something. But in this case, if you are in the military, Air Force, when you fly up, you've been trained probably to see certain things below you, even if it's for fun. You will be getting the photos. You see where you are. Now, if you are, because you are maybe Nigeria is, you don't know whether they are really honest about fighting these insurgents or terrorists. When you fly up, you should be expecting that, what if the enemy, this terror group, may see you and they want to bring you down, because you don't know where they are. Even when you purposely, you are not looking for them, maybe you just want to take a surveillance or something. So in this case, and if you're moving, for you now to say you made a mistake, you go and crash into this or go and bomb it, it sounds silly. And when you're doing this type of thing, there's always a confirmation. The camera will give you what you want, what you think it is. Maybe you feel that, no, this is not well focused. You can go back or sort of be sure, double check, because what you are trying to do, you are not trying to do something like, you just want to give that if you are to drop a bomb, you want to give them the final solution. That is, you want to fight. You don't want you just want casualty. because you are sure that these are the enemy you are fighting for. So for you to do it, you must be sure that when you look at the camera, I mean, whatever picture you feel that you've gotten your target through where, because you are high up, you've gotten it and you double check. Yes. Even before then, you should be able to do the location. So it requires a lot of ability, a lot of dexterity, a lot of ability, and a lot of, carefulness. It is either you get it or you don't get it. So you can't just do this type of thing, then you come and tell the nation it's a mistake or something. And then you have to consider the backdrop that one mistake too many. Assuming the last time we had it was the 1991 and the other one is happening this year, somebody might say, okay, or maybe the year 2002. But this is like an annual ritual. Sometimes, like I will maybe it happen 2 or 3 times in a year. No, it's no longer like that. Either that the manpower, they should be retrained, they recertify them to say that you can be on this job. Something they have to look internally. This is beyond mistake. It cannot just be mistake. It just, it might be deliberate. Or if it should be mistake, that means that they are not up to the job. The people handling it, they are not up to the job. They should be retrained. And if you call yourself a professional, you should be helping yourself, going for training, and then updating your skill and know what it entails. Even the enemy you want to bomb, they're also updating, because you can't, not the system you fight terrorism 40 years ago is the system you are going to use to fight them today. No. We now have AI, we have a social media, technology has, advanced so much with a lot of things. So if you are using the 1982 model of how they fought maybe Beirut when Israel was fighting there, it's not the same technique you are going to use now. The target must have changed. So Nigeria should sit up. That's why in this Tinubu's regime, you don't really know whether it's logistics, the manpower, because when you hear both sides, from the people that are in the armed forces or whatever, if they tell you their tales of woes, you don't really know where to. You may be forced to rebalance what you were saying before, or outrightly disown what you said before, and then come back and make another assertion. So that is the issue. It's a very terrible thing. To me, I'm putting it that it's not just a human error. There must be an element of deliberate action in it, unless I'm proven wrong. But then it doesn't say good about the professionalism in that area of human activity. That's just what I have to say for now. Let me pass the mic for people that came in.
Okay. I think this is unfortunate. 200 is one life is even is regrettable, but 200 is very, very sad. It's not that these things don't happen outside Nigeria. I mean, you remember recently one of American missiles, went and in Iraq, destroyed is it a school or hospital or something like that. We have it with Israel too. Civilian targets, places that were meant are not supposed to be targeted. You find once in a while, these things happen even outside Nigeria. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone, but it's regrettable. The problem here is, I feel that they got the coordinates very wrong. But if you place this incident side by side with previous incidents like this, people are mourning and they are bombed. People are celebrating, is it Christmas or something, and they are bombed, and so on and so forth. You begin to wonder whether is it the problem with training? Is it a problem with intel? But even this recent one, from what I'm just hearing, I don't have all the facts, but I see officials of government even not apologetic, saying that, this area is known to be occupied by terrorists and so on and so forth. And I don't think that should be the attitude. I think people should first of all wait to do some thorough investigation to find out actually the facts about this matter, what happened, and before they begin to speak. And this has always been the problem with Nigeria. We're too quick to speak without necessarily waiting to get the information as to what happened, who did what, before we begin to speak, and I think it's unfortunate. But all said that, I think in the next few days, we would actually know what happened, the facts about this whole incident. But it's regrettable. It has happened and happened and happened again. I mean, what do you want people to think if it keeps on happening? They can only come up to the conclusion that, those who are doing it are incompetent, even though we appreciate the work that they're doing. But I think there's a need for the Air Force to retool its strategy and look more closely at how they can prevent this kind of a thing before. It is a question of technology, it is a question of training, it is a question of logistics. They should look at it. That's my submission, and it's unfortunate, very, very unfortunate.
I think
Thank you so much.
The news coming out from Zulum office, that's the governor of Borno State. He said that that the market specifically was closed 5 years ago because of ISWAP activity, that they are using the market as their hideout and all that. So they closed it 5 years ago. Well, that's not an excuse for what happened, though, but I think, just as Tony said, more information will still come out. So what they are saying that they are actually advising the citizens around that place that they should desist for harboring or giving information to terrorists and all that. And with the killing of the general, was it the guy that was killed a couple of weeks, days ago, on one of their top military officers? So you should expect that they will go out against all these militants in a way that they never done before, just to make a statement or just to retaliate for their organ that was taken out. So I think that too is out there. If the market has been closed for the past 5 years, why are people still using it? That's my curiosity. Not that I'm questioning the people, but if the information is true, or if it's a fact that the market has been officially closed, then there's more to the story.
So you are a governor of a state. 5 years ago, 2020, you shut down a market. You know there's a communities around that market. You shut it down. 5 years later, you came to Bombay believing that people who are there are bandits. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you want us to believe that?
Yeah, that they are using the market as their hideout. That's what the Borno State government
I will never believe. I'll never believe, except of course you don't think that people who own that community, they should go back to their community and live a normal life. That's the only way you can tell us, okay, you shut down the place. Did you take the people away from there? Okay, how are they supposed to live their life onward? Are they supposed to just go to their house and stay? But anyway, this is my rambling thought. Let me come to Masca. You are welcome. Good to see you. Of course, you must have heard all we have discussed. What's your take on it?
No, I didn't hear. In fact, I was under the impression that there won't be any after session. So, but I saw you guys, so I said okay. And I was thinking you guys would be having literary discussions, but I could see that it's not that. So you have to provide me guidance. And by the way, good evening.
First and foremost, good evening, sir. We had a literary discussion on Rudolph's book, A Kiss That Never Was, and we had finished that. You can feel free to pivot to that, talk about your own, and then we went ahead because one of the people on the keyboard told us, even though I've seen the news, that the Nigerian Air Force by 200 persons in a location, mistaking them for terrorists. And then that's what we are talking about now. How do you buy 200 persons in a community? And the governor defense is that place, the village have been, that market have been closed for the past 5 years. And so the question now be, you want to go and bomb a place, you didn't do a recognition investigation, What has happened to military intelligence in Nigeria? Don't we have them again? Secret police, those ones who go to the communities and mount themselves and pretend to be farmers and all that, they don't exist any longer in Nigeria? Or has the human life in Nigeria become so common that even you can just do away with anybody at any time? There's no problem with that. That's the question that I'm curious about.
Okay. So once again, good evening, KJ, Ophie, Tony, Ify, good to see you. CM, well done. John Abba, good to see you also.
Good to see you, Master. Good evening.
Yeah, good to see you. I commend also your tenacity every time you're around. Well done.
No, I'm always
good
sorry, Master, hold on. I'm supposed to be commending you for always being here, knowing how it is very expensive to buy data. Honestly, God knows how much you spend every month just on data alone. You have to tell me the secret of how you make your money to be spending so much to be on this show. But honestly, I'm always happy whenever I see
I think it's a matter of commitment. This thing they say you should put your money where your mouth is. At this point in my life, so let me just give you a little bit of background, and there's a little bit of guilt in it also. Not really guilt, it's not guilt, I won't use the word guilt, but guilt would make you understand my position better. When I was in the university, I was a unionist. In fact, there was a point in my life where I had to sit down and ask myself, because it was a T-junction. I see myself as somebody who God created to bring change. But I had to ask myself, like, okay, should I follow the change road, or is there any other road? And the reality is, when I looked at, even as at then, way back as at then, it was very clear to me that it would be a gamble. And I think there was a debate we had with forefathers at some point. There is something I put on the table for him. In statistics, I don't know whether it's statistics, but in social science, there are two things. There is something that you can say is a mathematical argument. Like, if you put 1 + 1, definitely it will give you 2. But there's also a probability. The answer is going to be almost like that, but there is what they call an error. There has to be, it's not a certainty. It's not a certainty. It's not guaranteed. There's no guarantee that what you see likely to happen, that probability will play out.
That is the null hypothesis.
Yeah. So I realized early in life that I had to ask myself that question. I would be willing to sacrifice myself if for certain I think that if I take all the actions I want to take, the country will be better. But the reality was that it was a probability. And if it's a probability and not even a near certainty, then I had to tell myself that, okay, it was an old woman that sent me to school. She was going to the farm. You can imagine a Hausa Muslim old woman going to farm just to send her grandson to school. Would I be really fair to her if after I finish school, I'm not sacrificing my life for the whole country? I told myself that, okay, at least I should look for, when I graduate, I will do student unionism, but the day I step out of the university, I'm going to dedicate myself to giving this old woman a good life, which I did before she passed away. But you see, the problem with that decision also, you go through life, you think you've taken the right decision, but you look back at your children, you look at the country, you realize that, okay, look, you may have given your grandmother a good life, but the reality is that even if your kids are okay now, what about your grandkids? This country is, look, the solution is not to make money. You know, enough money would what's the word? Not enough money would save you from Nigeria if you are a Nigerian. Let's put it that way. So now I'm at a point also, maybe out of convenience, I think I've lived a good life. I've lived almost a full life. A lot of my friends have passed away. So I think I'm on the second half. So I look at it like the key thing to do now is anything that can bring change in this country, I should dedicate myself to it. You get the point I'm making. So don't worry. I think it's putting my money where my mouth is. So back to the question, KJ. I think I would start with the last one and then go back to the first one. on this error, I think it's not a new thing. There's that I can remember 3 instances where the Nigerian Air Force had killed a lot of people mistakenly. So because it has happened over time, going back to that law of probability also. So it's whatever reasons, if either you want to dig into the reasons or you don't want to dig into the reasons, but it's logical that Nigerian military, Air Force have already created precedents of dropping bombs on the people that they are not supposed to drop. It's not the first time. There was a time they killed a lot of Fulani people. It was a big furor. I think this will be almost the 4th time this thing will happen. So that's my quick response to that. And just to spend maybe a minute, my take is that I'll go back to corruption. I know when you used to say a madman in the market, but later you realize that the guy was a CID. All these things in the country, they've gone. We don't have really intelligence. I tell people that in Nigeria, there is no longer professionals. A teacher is just hustling. It's not really a teacher. It's not teaching. The man who is in the police, honestly, half of them may have probably allegedly paid 300,000, 400,000, some even 600,000 to join the police force. So why do you think that this guy, when there's a robbery, he will be the first to go there? Who will pay 400,000 or 600 to bribe into a job that you will have to sacrifice his life? It's not logical. It doesn't sound logical. So most of the people in the country, you will see a policeman, he simply invested in that police. That's why he's okay. He doesn't understand what you're saying when you are asking him why he's collecting bribe. Because he paid bribe to be there in the first instance. So why are you now lecturing him on bribe? Where were you when he was looking for money from relatives to bribe to get police posting as a policeman? So we really should not expect too much from our country, honestly. We are not really very professional people now. Of course, military is something else. I still respect the military people because it takes some level of, I don't know the word, but just to even pass the military training in itself, you have to be something else. You understand what I'm saying? But I don't think we are no longer a country of very professional people. I'm just trying to think of the reasons why this thing will happen, because I agree with you. You can't drop a bomb without intelligence. Why are you dropping it there? There has to be intelligence in the first instance. The reason why the war is protracting, this Iran war, is simply because the understanding is that Russia is providing Iran intelligence where the military, American military are, even if they've led their base, if they're in a hotel, they know. And if you know how, you can't drop a bomb when you don't have intelligence. I'm not a military person, I'm not a strategist, but it's mundane. Why are you dropping bomb there? Why? It's the first and primary thing. So I think that's what I would say for that. Pivoting back to Mr. Rudolf, I think I've said it, but I'm developing okay, let's put it this way. I think Mr. Rudolf is growing on me. And I'm really seeing that the man has a very big heart. He has a very large heart. So like I said, I'm not surprised that, when the container is large, don't be surprised the kind of things, when they're emptying that container, the kind of things that you will see come out of that large container. The man is, I think he's an example of a human being. I think I'll just put it there. He's truly a human, but in terms of the size of his heart, be it compassion, be it being reasonable, his ability to put himself in other people's shoes. But like I said also during the show, I know for sure that for you to write a book and put it out, for me, what is very, very important for you to be able to do that is that stubborn desire to want to share with people. Because you can write the book, it's easy to write the book, to have the talent, to have the skills. I know a lot of writers that have written books, either they haven't finished, not to talk of publishing, or they've finished, but it's difficult for them to make out the time to go and even publish. But the bulk of us also would have great ideas. We know we have the talent. The inspiration will come here and then, but the discipline to follow through and make sure you get this book out, I think I salute him for that. That's the much I can say. Thank you, KJ, for the opportunity. And,
okay, thank you so much. I'll just
say that I want to wish you guys a good night, because tomorrow is a big day for me. I have a couple of things, so I must go and sleep. But I will spend like 3 minutes.
All right, thank you so.
Good night. Thank you, Maska.
Please give me one moment. Don't go yet, Maska. Maska in Kano. Which part of Kano do you come from? Because I lived in Take for a while, going to Brinin Kudu.
Okay, Take today is in Jigawa State,
Southeast.
But yes.
Take is in Kano State.
I know. Yes, I know. Okay. But yeah. So, but do you know Kano very well?
At least from Gidamutala to Hasawa, all those Zoo Road,
okay, do you know Kofar Wambe?
Kofar Wambe, Kofar Mata, then yes,
okay,
where they buy bed sheet.
Yes, so exactly. The market there is, if you go there, we have a long history there. I used to make shoes, these local shoes.
Okay, Kofar Wambe, yeah, I know the place. Kofar Mata, Kofar Wambe. From Gidamutala, you just move towards.
Yeah, you go straight. Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Anyway, Maska, before you go, I was at the truth also is that we deny it this now, but the truth also is it's a country that the citizens have mingled with each other. This I can tell. If you take KJ has spent the bulk of his time in the north. CM, you can see how very conversant he is with the north. You know, I am not very conversant with the southeast, but if you go to the southwest, I'm very, very conversant with all the nooks and crannies, you know. So I believe that as a people, we've mingled a lot. It's just that sometimes we allow our mental or intellectual laziness to get the better of us. You know, we want to get into echo chambers. You don't want to, for instance, if I'm in Kano now, somebody is insulting Igbo, chances are that either I keep quiet, or if I want to be in the good books of my friends, I just join into the charade, which I know is not actually true. And the reality is that the bulk of us, all of us may probably know is not true. And I think it's the same thing when you go outside, maybe down south also. We know that certain things are not true, but we find ourselves in echo chambers and we are not likely to push back. And then the story just keeps, which is one of the reasons why I admire the American environment, even though I think it's getting dangerous now where they are also going into a very polar position. But you find out that there's hardly people would come out and say no. People that you are expected to toe a line, they will come up and say, no, I don't agree with this. And I think that's what we need as a country. We need to begin to push back within our own enclaves so that this echo chamber kind of thing, you know,
all right. Thank you so much, Maska. Thank you for your contribution also. Jonaba, you're welcome. I see you, forefather. Jonaba, go ahead.
Thank you, KJ, and forefather, Ube, Ife, Tony, of course, Muscat. I come purposely because one thing is about concerning Rudy, is somebody that I've worked with for a couple of years in New York. We see ourselves every day when I was in New York, as we work in the same place. And coming to know him is more than just reading his book, his personality, his big heart. his humanity. Even listening to him, one of the things that struck me today was the way he looked at the world. And he mentioned uh, one thing that was very key to my belief, that he wonder, I'm putting it to my time or the way I understand it. The Biafra War, since some of the children he grew up with asked, "Where is your father?" And they told him they were killed during the war. And fast forward, that these days, you believe that no child should be killed or anyone. And having seen people that believe that what is going on, whether in Palestine, uh, Iran war right now, uh, take a side. It's amazing that some, as people don't like what happened during the Biafra, why they don't look at it the same way. That struck me, and that speaks to who he is over the years. Uh, his big heart, uh, his love for humanity is 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 unbelievable. And I wish him well. I wish I saw when you KJ said that the sweet thing he said about you, the cornerstone of the have yourself. Of course, you deserve it. You're a good man. You work so hard, even when your work hard can be you are against me. You still work hard, and it's a hard work. So, and, and your your big heart as well, a man that I've seen so much because of your uh, what you do as a journalist. I take you across Nigeria and Africa, and I can say a bit of the whole world. And here you are, you still have your passion. So you deserve for him to say that to you, and you earn it. I don't think our forefathers will be jealous of that. His forefather is working so hard to make sure that we have a good security in the country. As of the Air Force bombing part of Borno State. It's not a mistake, it's intentional. This is nothing like a mistake. Nobody, if you don't understand what happened in our country or around the world right now, then I don't want to speak to it that much. It's nothing like a mistake that the Air Force mistakenly bombed the place and over 200 people were killed, and you're telling me that. And they do not, most, what is coming out of them is not like they're very sorry about what happened. They're just trying to, uh, uh, they're not even taking the full responsibility than excuses. So, and that is the danger of where do we go from here? The very people that meant to protect you. And just like Masket said, uh, to serve in Nigeria, whether it's police or any of those federal uh, workers, you have to bribe. So if you bribe your way there, who do you have that commitment to? To the country that they hire you to protect them, and the only way you get there, most of the army today buy their own boat. People that are meant to protect uh, uh, or to defend the nation. So we have a failed state as a result of bad leaders, and the state of the citizens they are not holding their leader of a high ground, rather to say, oh, they are all evil, but this is a lesser evil. So you are telling me now that there is nobody that can radically, without being messed around with all these politicians, can come and clean this system. Then it's a long walk to freedom. We don't have leaders. We have people who are fighting for themselves and the name they want to make. And I hope that one day it will not be too long so that we don't just get wiped out of the surface of the earth, because the mind of black people is still is short sighted, is too short. They don't see beyond their nose, and that is going to cost all of us a big price to pay. I hope we will all work hard and speak to it. And in summary, I believe this program like this bring us together to share a common idea and to see how we can speak and educate our people, because the trauma of our people is real. You cannot live in that environment and you cannot say you don't have trauma in Nigeria. So, how do we deal with those people? Life struggle, medical struggle, that they have damaged them permanently, or some of them just escape. And in the school of abuse, you are always going to abuse the other next person to you, because that's all you know. So, let's continue to speak truth to the power and educate our people. All our differences is not equal to humanity. Humanity comes first. Our differences is always going to be there, but let's have a big heart, just like the host of this program, Dr. Damages, just have that big heart that we're all human beings and no child or woman or anybody to just die wherever your belief, whether your religion or your tribe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have one question for you. Are you following the story that 1,000 Boko Haram members were flown into Abuja? Did you follow that story?
Yes, yes. And I think, in honest speaking, no, I jokingly say that the biggest terrorists in Nigeria, they live in Aso Rock, that the government are worse than the people. Well, you is not be, maybe people will misunderstand me, and I don't want to put it in that form. Whatever goes now, I think Boko Haram should go in more than 100,000, because that's the only way that these people will wake up. Since they can, uh, Tukpa, one of the colonel that was killed in Borno State last time, is you should know KJ. Tukpa is Obadubo local government. They were ambushed by the same people. So I hope they go quickly to the to where the government professional terrorists are using us. Go. I hope the Boko Haram go to that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Forefather, you're welcome. And also, AY, you're welcome. Forefather, I'm sure you also have followed. We started from the review of A Kiss That Was Never, which is a book written by Rudolf Okonkwo. We reviewed it and we talked about the fact that, there's a quotation which I love so much, which I've already penned down, wherein he said that, I read it out. A poet who looks back becomes a madman, whereas a madman who looks forward becomes a poet. And very interesting quotation for me. And I don't know, have you read the book? And if so, did you take away anything about it? That's one. Two, you can equally comment on the incident that happened in Nigeria where the government admitted that 200 persons were mistakenly buyed. 200. If government admit 200, of course, you can imagine the rest. So, and this is the third time that this kind of thing is happening. The other third or fourth time, constantly making mistakes when he had to do with this. They made mistake and killed one of our best pilots. What's her name now? Layo, flight lieutenant. Okay. Sorry, squadron. No, I don't know. Yes, a squadron. Squadron. And the excuse they gave us was that her classmate or her friend saw her in the barracks where she was supposed to have been transferred to Enugu. 3 days to be moving to Enugu. She was standing and waiting for a ride, and the guys were passing, and they said they saw her, and they were reversing to give her a lift, and they ran her over with their car. So now, if you paint that scenario for all of us properly, you see that you are reversing to pick somebody. All of a sudden, you realize that you knock the person. Don't you stop? Do you run the person over? Okay. So now that lady, 20-something years old, young lady, her parents lost her. The nation lost her. Her friends lost her. Her siblings lost her. Nobody said anything about it. We just casually talked about it. And it is forgotten. Now, today again, we are hearing that you people, and the governor is defending the army, the Air Force, by saying that market had been closed 5 years ago. And I'm like, are you for real? In Nigeria, in a situation, in a rural area, where people can go back to their homes, were you thinking nobody will go back there? Didn't you people check? Is there no military intelligence? Is there no longer CID that go around in the communities and live even among the people to get information? What is really happening? It doesn't. Nobody who can hear this and say and agree whatever the government is saying is the truth, because how do you do that? People are not living there 5 years after you came back to the place and hoping that there'll be nobody there. Anyway, that's my own rant. So you tell us what you think.
Yeah, thank you for that, KJ, and thank you for hosting the show. Greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I'm a bit curious about the quote you stated. What did he say about the poet that sees into the future? You know the quote you read about the poet?
Yes. Into the future. Okay. No, it's a wonderful quote. And that's why when I read through the book, that's the first thing my eyes caught. He said, and I want to read it exactly how he wrote it. A poet who looks back becomes a madman, whereas a madman who looks forward becomes a poet. So in our summation, we are thinking that what he's trying to frame, that sometimes those of us who think we know everything, but whereas we're not moving the concrete forward. But those who know something, who we think that they don't know anything, who don't give opportunity to come into a place of power, are the ones who, if we give opportunity, will take us forward. But in the place of leadership now, we have madmen who are looking backwards. But what we really need are mad people who are looking forward. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's just that the quote made it sound a bit crazy. The way you explained it made more sense, because this is why I have trust issues with certain quotes. But it's okay.
No,
and I
again,
think
you must understand something, forefather, before you continue. You see, I said earlier, jokingly, that the number of people have a problem with mad people, because Peter Obi the last time say he got an idea from a madman. Now Rudolf is saying now he's quoting for us how a madman he gets sense. So what is the problem with mad people and people from Anambra State?
And the fact that the madman becomes a poet is the tricky part. Either, I guess, depending on how you look at it. I think the way you explained it made it make more sense. Otherwise, I would just said, why would a madman become a poet? I tend to be quite like that, literalist. That said, again, our people have died again, isn't it? 200 casualties today or so, and over-reliance on technology as usual, isn't it? People always think that technology solves everything, all the problems. Maybe someday it might, but it's not. That day is not here. And what that reveals to you is that they needed to use bombs because they couldn't be there. They had to do that because they are not there on the ground. Otherwise, they could surround the area and nobody will escape in it. That's what you will see in the West. But instead, they behave as if they are on enemy territory where they have scant soldiers. This behavior you see is the kind of behavior you see from American soldiers in Afghanistan, where they don't dominate the ground. This behavior you see is what you see from Israel when they go to Lebanon, where they don't dominate the ground. It means you have too far pain on the ground. The symptoms are all there. If this was Russia, they'll surround the area. India, they'll surround it. We have examples of all this is happening. Where if terrorists are somewhere, you surround the area. And then you negotiate their surrender somehow, or you decide to finish all of them. In the case of Algeria, they went in there and killed everybody, including the rough cities too. Deliberately surround the area. They didn't go and start bombing the whole place. That said, if you see, because those other countries, they reserve it for foreigners, but we reserve this terrible cost of reliance on technology on our own people. You don't see that in America where they go and bomb their own people. You don't see that even in Israel, except when they initiate the Hannibal directive, where they fear that their own soldiers have been kidnapped by enemies, and then they give the authorization to use excessive force to destroy the enemies, including their soldiers if necessary. That's the only time in Israel that is permitted. Most countries don't use that level of excessive force against their own citizens, because that's the reason why you don't do it. You have to have people on the ground to take care of that kind of problem. Otherwise, you're going to get innocents get killed like this. And the fact that the local authorities are saying that that's a market civilians go to. And even if terrorists use the market, you must know civilians are there. You don't just go and put a bomb at the market because a terrorist is there. Are you Israel or America that say they want to kill one person, one terrorist, they kill everybody around them? What is that? These are your citizens. The entire thing doesn't make sense. And this is why I get tired for our people. When you tell them this, every time you go, every incident that occurs, I can tell you why it doesn't make sense. Because if they had enough people on the ground, that thing would have taken care of in other ways. And because that's what everybody else does. And when I tell people here, they fight me every single time I come and say this. If you don't like your security forces, if you don't want them to serve anymore, you distrust all of them. Okay, let's retire all of them then. Let's go home. Why don't you advocate for that? Since they are all poisoned, you don't want to recruit more because you are worried. Then retire all the ones you have now. Let's see how it's going to help us. Because this idea that, oh, we can't do that because Boko Haram is going to be among them, or they are selling out our generals, all this stuff. Okay, let's retire the ones we have. Let's go home. If that mindset is going to work, why do you think your cities are safe? Somebody is waking up in the morning, putting out a uniform to go and do that. People are actually doing work in Nigeria. We pretend as if nobody is doing anything. People are doing work. Yeah, sometimes they do take bribe here and there, but they still do work. So we can't just pretend as if these things don't need assistance. These people don't need reinforcement. And when somebody advises you, reinforce these people, give people jobs, stop these terrorists that are just causing tragic events in Nigeria constantly, we bleeding a lot of economic growth. Why argue against that? Why not just support it? Why not just argue about how do we go about this then? Why is the argument about, oh, we don't need that? If you don't need it, then just retire all of them. Then let's all go home. Since some of you prefer that situation to be that way. And then the next thing you will say, oh, let everybody go to their own tent. Is that what you want? You know, I like what Masker said when he was here, because I think the way, even last night, I mean, the way he behaved was quite exemplary, because we're having a discussion and I gave him a reasons behind my arguments and he took it on board. He took it on board. And even the comments he made today, he told you he's somebody that thinks. After he said he helped the lady that helped him go to school, he asked himself whether that was even the right decision in the bigger scheme of things. We need to start thinking not only from the surface, because there are things beyond the surface, which, if I say it's beyond the surface, in reality, is to some people, it's just obvious. Because there are, how about your children? How about your children's children? That's how life works. You have to think from that point of view, because if you cannot project into the future, the people that can do that, they will trick you like crazy. They can trick you anyhow, because you can't see their plan. Because you can't see beyond. It's like somebody that is seeing through a fog.
One question for you. Are you saying that you approve of Nigerian army recruiting Boko Haram people into the army?
What? God forbid. I want to kill them. Why would I want to recruit them?
Asking you on this. If you can,
anybody that causes loss of life to Nigerians will die. There is no clemency in my own book. I don't believe in that. Because if you take a human life, you have to know the value of a human life, because it's a very valuable thing. The reason why you sit here, KG, is because somebody allowed your people to survive, allowed your father, your mother to exist. If they took it, you won't be here. So you don't just take one person's life, you take their future. You take the people that could have existed. Maybe it was an Einstein and all the rest. So I don't believe in mercy. If you take a life, you go. In the case of some cases, like you can see situations that can occur where somebody takes somebody's life, but they will do things to save thousands of lives. If you can do that and prove it convincingly that you save lives, just maybe, because if lives were supposed to be lost and you were responsible for saving them, maybe one can forgive you a little bit, because then you canceled, to an extent, you may have tried to balance the scales. But you don't expect to take life and expect to get away with it. I don't believe in the idea of clemency on that. Because what are you saying to other innocent people that haven't taken lives? They should go and do that. It's unfair on them. So, no, I don't want terrorists inside in the military. And I don't think they are employing them into our military. They might be using them for intelligence, but they would never employ them inside the military, because the military itself
don't say that.
Mutiny within the military.
No, don't say that. I have. There's videos. I don't want to load any video.
We keep saying this thing that there's videos. I would like to see them.
There are videos of even the army personnel videos they've made and saying that these people are amongst them. Don't say that now. The people who, how did they hold on for father? How did they go to Abuja? They were moving C-130. C-130 is a military airplane. They were moving military buses from the airport into the city. Are you still saying they are not being moved? They are moved.
They are being moved doesn't mean they are joining the military. They might be taken to Abuja for trial. Because I saw a report that says that they are trying about 50-something Boko Haram fighters in Nigeria. Just a couple of
300. Those ones who are there were brought by the prison authorities. But these ones are being moved in the sea. Hercules is a military aircraft that brought them in. People took pictures of when it landed, when they all offloaded and got into the bus, guided and taken to some location. So people who saw them pass did a video of it. It's there. And say, look, this is what's happening. I would get still safe. Well, thank you.
Sorry. What you are saying, I wanted to respond to what you just said, that some people said they saw people that are being moved. Is it by the military? Why are they moving? Do they know? You can't just say they are moving people and then they are trying to imply that they are moving terrorists into Abuja to attack Abuja. I don't know why people say these things.
Okay, I don't into that. We'll be discussing from that. Let's leave what will happen the next 2 weeks. Will tell us why they moved them there. We will know. Okay, AY. You're welcome. Thank you so much. I don't want to infer. That's why I'm saying, okay, let's leave it at that. I don't have the video set up for this. This.
Yeah, that what
broadcast.
happens in 2 weeks doesn't tell you anything. It has to be linked. Because somebody can just tell a lie, then they go and do something in 2 weeks time. You say that's the event that led to it. You have to have evidence.
Okay.
You have to be careful when we see stuff.
American embassy and Abuja have closed, and all their staffs have been moved out of Abuja. That should sign the warning. I was in Abuja the last time that they hold on. They struck at the UN building. This is the same pattern. The office was shut. They moved all the people out. So anyway, let's move on. You know, I don't want to shout about it because you see, I'm worried for people who are there. My friends are still living there. My family members are still living there, and many other people who I have lived life with, you know, are all in Abuja. And if the federal capital is no longer safe, then where can be safe?
If you are worried about them, provide evidence here so that everybody will see them and they will make more noise. Not by making stuff there is no evidence about what you are saying, then we'll just leave it in the air like that. That is poisoning the discourse. It's not nice. We have to provide, if you care about your people so much, then amplify it here, bring the evidence so we all can see, and all of us start shouting about it. That's what it's supposed to be like, isn't it? Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. If I have the power, because I have less than 40 minutes to go. But let me put it this way: the next broadcast I will have here, I will put all that together, and then you can see the video so that everybody can see it. All right, go ahead, AY.
Yeah, good evening, Kuju. Evening, Father, Mr. Tony, John Abbas. Yeah, well, I did listen to the book review. I was just concerned about this security situation in Nigeria, the killing of Nigerians in the public market. I think we are at a crossroad in that country. You see, what I'm hearing actually is that it was actually deliberate, that there were some Boko Haram people in that market actually planning attack and some of their clandestine activities. You see, it appears to me the people in Borno and in this major area where bandits or terrorists are carrying an attack, I think they are also sorry, a call came into my phone. Oh. Sorry, guys. Can you hear me? Yeah, a call came into my phone. Yeah, I think the people, I think they are also complacent in this whole thing going on. Because I'm just wondering, even this evening, sorry, I'm just wondering, even this evening, like, how do Boko Haram, how do they continue to recruit? I was just watching a video this afternoon of a 15-year-old Boko Haram helping them. It's also evolved. Like, he said they gave him 850,000 naira to go to the market to buy food stuff. Because I think the parents, what are they doing? Because you will see the activities of your children. You will know who do they relate with. I think the people need to also help the security, to be honest. You see, we are not hammering on this issue enough. How do they recruit? And yesterday I said to Fofana, although he did not agree, that I think there is intelligence failure. I think Boko Haram people, there are people spy for them, even in the military. Obviously, with the kind of attack they are carrying out, I think there are people spy for them. There is one important thing Fofana was saying right now, like, if there is evidence somebody have killed a number of people, to be honest, rehabilitating that person is the most stupid things on earth, because these are not human beings again. They are messed up. Their brain is messed up. Do you know what it takes to buy one person, 2, 3, 4, 10, and you want to rehabilitate? How? You see, even in foreign in foreign land here in America, in the West, even a rapist, especially a pedophile, they will not even allow, even when they release you from prison, they will not even allow you to move freely. They have to monitor you because you are a threat to the society. So for me, if there is evidence this person was involved in killing people, send them to hell. You see, the way me I look at it, even if you have 10 children, one is boasting that he's gonna kill probably 9 of them, and they start killing them. Maybe he kill 1, kill 2. Probably he was on the run. Finally, he was caught. What are you gonna do if they give you an option? See, we need to eliminate this your child. You think I'm not gonna sign for me to protect the 7 remaining? So we need to take this issue very, very strongly, because, and the other thing, I think the state of the insecurity in Nigeria is very alarming. I think they should call for a security summit. It might be helpful. I think they should get more. This state police, they should try and speed it up and see, probably that can also help, because in general, sincerely, there is something going on. I don't think we are doing enough, because we've lost how many generals in this year alone? Probably 3, 4 of them. Mr. Tony, I saw your comment now where you were saying that is the reason why America advisory committee, military, they are there to advise. If I'm quoting you correctly, sincerely, for me, I don't see any result of what the American military are doing in Nigeria, because if there is anything, see, the military, the last 2 months, right, they came into Nigeria, the security have increased. More attack upon attack. What is going on? Because it's really, it doesn't seem the politician really cares. That is the scary part of it. I don't think we do enough. See, if we need help, genuine help, I'm not in position of not needing help. Even if it's Africa countries, you say, oh, you need help. There are countries that have good military. Sorry, deploy some military to Nigeria, to secure the border. I don't think it's out of place. Countries like Uganda, Rwanda, there are countries that have some good military with good training. Deploy them. Ask for assistance. It's for me, it's when the intention is not clear what the military are coming to do, especially countries like America, we know, are notorious for this kind of activities. That is what I don't support. But if the tensions are clear, you know that, yeah, you can get help from these people. I don't think there is anything wrong. All we need is for the country to be secured, for people to be at peace. Because right now, I don't know if we are able to hold 2027 election. It's a bit scary, because the audacity, the military formation, the way they attack barracks, like, who is safe if people can easily run into a military barrack and run over the barrack? Like, then who is safe? Is it bloody civilian that are in some villages that they don't have any form of protection? How are they safe? So if the military, and even military, I'm sure by now they are also like frustrated. Part of the frustration, that is what you see them attacking a marketplace. So this is the truth. It's very frustrating, and it's very depressing at this point, what is going on in the country. I think the president, he needs to do more, declare state of emergency. You need to do more. I feel we can get it done. I know now they are canvassing, they want to recruit more people. I don't think people are joining the Nigerian military anymore because probably the incentive is not there. People are scared because you see your neighbor that is a military person that was by on the war front. The family are suffering. You are not thinking like, okay, what if I join the military, like something happened to me? How will my family future be secured? So they need to do more to give incentive to the military to make sure they provide the necessary military equipment they need. So you give them the moral support. I see what they can do because it's getting worse. What is going on, especially in the north. At least in the south, it's a bit secure now, apart from the normal kidnapping. I think the south is a bit secured, but the north, especially, they need to do more. They need to look for solution because if it has to be drastic, they need to do something to stop this. And it's getting too much. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
sorry, let me just chip in
Yes.
something. AY, I don't think you read. You
Correctly,
took
right?
note. Yes,
Okay.
you read what? Because I was referring to a different thing.
Okay.
If you look at it, I don't know what the U.S. Government. I mean, the U.S. is advising Nigeria. I don't know. It's not privy to me. But there was an advisory recently. U.S. To its staff in the embassy in Abuja, and that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that. That is also scary for the US to tell their staff to leave the city. That's a problem right there. That's a problem. That they know what we don't know. So I think the government should take these issues very, very seriously. It's tiring, to be honest. I don't know.
But the government reaction to that advisory, I know it touches on the security of Abuja and Nigeria. The government didn't take that advisory seriously. I mean, they were angry, but I think that that kind of reaction, is not what I would expect. If somebody, they probably would have explained to them. I think the approach would be, what do you mean? What do you see? What is happening? Why would you ask your non-essential staff to leave? What? Yes. Why? What are you seeing that we don't know of? And I believe that if that dialogue had taken place, they would have told Nigeria. In fact, before they make that statement, I'm sure some information would have been passed to the government to say, listen, this is what we see, this is what's happening, and so on the basis of that, this is what we're doing. So I don't know, but we have a government that is it's not transparent. So, but going to denialism, that's the problem that I have with the government. Every time anything the government says, you want to put it to test to see whether they're telling you the truth. And the government has a deficit problem, truth deficit problem when it comes to telling the truth. So, and it's not helping the image of the government. Because eventually we see, after denial, we actually see sometimes when they put out statements, denying certain things. When journalists begin to dig deep and all that, they begin to find out that this people told us a lie. You don't run a government that way. Yeah, I know that there are certain things that you keep, that are classified, yes. But you don't keep on denying, things are going by denying. You're not helping the nation by doing that.
Yeah, I agree.
So how do you classify an information that's already in the hands of Boko Haram people? Because the last time you said there was no kidnapping, they had everybody on video, and that was the biggest. They've done that more than 3 times now. So how then do you say, Anyway, let me give CM the opportunity to speak. CM.
Okay. Thank you, KJ. Actually, ordinarily, from what I mean, from the much I know, security being the primary function of government, security discussion, government don't make it open, whatever security measures they are taking. What happens is that the people will feel secured. That will tell them that the government is working in that aspect. You don't need to come and be saying we do this, but the people feel secured. But where the people are not secured, they start asking questions. What really is going on? You see, since Tinubu came to power, people are beginning to say that he must have he had a hand with these terrorists. Either it's part of his uh, his agreement with them. He will look the other way while they do their business. Ordinarily, you are the commander in chief. You are the commander in chief. The thing stops is you. Everybody looks up to. Whether the army is there or not or whatever, everybody they feel that whatever the military is doing, you are the commander in chief. You authorize it or you will not. If we are deficient, it is your duty to know what to do. But in Nigeria's own case, it is not. The man is like he's not interested. That is the way I'm seeing it. He's not, we've never had it this bad. He's not interested. Nothing is being done at all. All this maybe later day sort of pretense, as if he's doing something about securing the country. Maybe because people have shouted so much, and after all this shouting, then maybe with the American bombing Nigeria on Christmas Day. But even then, it still something has never been done. Now, let me say this, because sometimes when you criticize, people will say, what do you do? I've said this before, probably not here or maybe here. Let me say I'm the commander-in-chief. Today, 13th of April, I get sworn in. By 14th, of course, you should have, as a commander-in-chief, you have meeting every day with your director of security service, internal, external, and everything with your military chiefs. What I will place on the table, given the fact that I did not come through the military route. I'm not a retired general. I'm just a civilian since birth. Sorry, I hope. So what I will say is, I call the chief of the army. Even when I will change him later, but for the first time, I call him and say, look, I want the numerical strength of our armed forces on my table. I want the numerical strength. We sit down. You tell me this is how many we have. The first thing, because there's whether rumor or no rumor, repentant Boko Haram are in Nigerian army. The next thing is I want that list, flush them out immediately. I, the commander-in-chief, will sign. Even if they are 5 or 10 or 11, we should get out. Military is an elite profession until you come. If you live in the Western world, you find out that it's not everybody that goes into the military. It's not everybody. It's an elite profession. It's like a cult. It's like a secret, because when this is night in UK, everybody is sleeping, but the military is wide awake. 24 hours. Maybe those people that are wide awake in the night are keeping watch. Maybe tomorrow morning they can go to sleep. Why the people that are this? So it's like 24-hour job. You retire, but you don't really retire. You become a reserve. So it's an elite profession. What I do is that if I do these two things, then that's the third thing I will do is, having known the numerical strength and then the branches. I know there are what they call the people they call the infantry, the people they call this and all call that. I will ask, based on need, are we having enough in every department? He may say no. I said, okay, what do we do? We need more people, isn't it? Because you have to renew. It's like you are renewing your blood, you are renewing your life. Some people will get to retirement age by force, they should go. Some may develop illness, they may not serve more than 10 years, then they go because of illness. Some may be because they were gone down. So you continue to renew, then you sit down. It's a project. And when you are doing root and branch examination, by my own reckoning, they should be the highest paid in the country. Probably after some may even be earning almost like the commander-in-chief. It doesn't matter. You pay them. The incentive will be there. Part of the incentive is that if you serve heart and soul for 35 years, if that is the maximum, not found wanting in anything, you are entitled to a house, a retirement. That is gift. Any part of the country you like, they just go and build a bungalow befitting for you. So when you look at, there's a way to do it. Because it's like, that's why they say the president, the civilian aspect, and there are two positions, and the commander-in-chief. Somebody told me that whatever professions you have as a civilian, they're also like that in the armed forces. You have your own surgeon general as surgeon in the civilian, in hospitals. The military have their own surgeon. You have your own lawyer. They have everything. They have their own, but they are still subordinate to civilian authority as the president. So what Nigeria? I don't think they really understand it. The budget is not just putting money. You sit down, and when you now identify this is what we need, you now say, okay, if we need this, you can't just go and pack people from the street and then say because we need 50, you put them. No. This might be a failure because of years of not being planned. Then you start to say, okay, how do we recruit young men to come in the armed forces? Do we use the National Youth Service Corps as our entry point, even if you didn't go through military school, like a Nigerian military school, Zaria for secondary school, Defense Academy as a university? Say, some young people may say, all my life I read accounting or being a civilian, but I want to join the army. And then within maybe 22, 23, 24, I want to join. You can also use these people as the point. You bring them in, they could be, because in the military you have different professions. You work. That you are in the war front, there are people in the lab. There are people that are even doing research, even nuclear physicists. That's where I see them. So there are things military is an elite profession, but Nigeria treat it with kid gloves, probably due to years of coup plotting. They become civilianized. They are now talking in terms of because of being in power since the IBB era, maybe since after the Civil War, they've been toppling themselves. So they messed up. But it could be corrected at some point. We cannot just be a country in which people will just invade the country and then be slaughtering people. Nobody is talking. Now, because of this thing that happened, I said it is deliberate. You can't tell me you're a pilot. You don't know where to throw bomb. Why are you a prof? You are trained. That is even the high point of your career. What you could see when you have 1,000, hundreds of miles above the ground, you are even at night. This is what you train for. That is your training. You can't tell me as a surgeon all your life is how to be operating, and you tell me you don't know how. No. Then why were you certified as surgeon if you cannot operate? So Nigerian military should be professional. The word to use is professionalize it. Because there are a lot of sabotage in it. There are a lot. If you listen to some people, you'll be surprised. That thing you used to hear called esprit de corps. I think it applies to the military. Those some civilians will say esprit de corps. It's just military because they know that you are united by one thing. Even if it's your father or your mother that will be a threat to the country, you eliminate the person. Your country comes first. That is the way to do it, or you won. But in this case, we are not doing that. It's so politicized, so civilianized that our military they're even more corrupt. By the way, why should a soldier be on the road collecting money, mounting checkpoint? It's not done. When you professionalize the military, you use police as your internal security. That's how it's done in the Western world. Rarely can you see army on the streets of UK, but the police is active. So if Nigeria really want to do something, that's why the next incoming civilian generation, government, what they need to do, you sit down. You can solve every problem by sit down, sort it out. What will you continue? If this is want to recruit more people, recruit on the basis of need. How many do we need? You don't put a number to it until you get a saturation point. And as you are recruiting, remember, people are retiring. People are being dismissed for unprofessional. You must be continuous. But how do you do it? You bring professionalism to it so that people will look upon it as the way somebody said, I want to be a journalist, I want to go into Nollywood, I like acting. Somebody can be saying, I want to be a military, I want to serve my country till I die. If you tell them, you say, I don't care, even if I lose my life, let it be. But that is where my heart is. So there must be, and then because of the nature of the job, it's not an ordinary job. There must be incentive to tell them, if you join and you serve well, this is what awaits you after 10, 15 years. This is how to do it. And then for you to get in, it will be very difficult for you to be recruited into the army. It cannot be an all-comer something. That's why Nigeria is a basket case. It's so shameful. There are a lot of things to do better. I feel if it's me, this is the way I will approach it. I'm telling you, this is the way it should be. When you finally become a soldier, you will be proud. You can beat your chest, say yes, you are in a profession.
Thank you, CM. Thank you. And that's how I feel. I'm sure that Jonaba knows 31 Airborne Brigade in North Bank. The jumpers, that's where we all wear. And you see a soldier man, when you see a soldier man, you know a soldier man has come. You can't be looking for him, But that level of professionalism is no longer there. That spirit that you call, that spirit they call, we leave no one behind. It's no longer there. It has been divided by all kinds of, sentiments, tribal sentiment, north-south dichotomy, and all the rest. The army used to be one formation. It does not matter who you are, where you are from, as long as you're wearing the khaki, okay? Let alone when you have what you call the redneck, those ones who have come to the point of the echelon of the army. You don't joke with them. In fact, you can't even speak to them roughly. A non-commissioned officer will make you know, say, your guy they talk to. And by the time you reach out, you go know, say, hand touch you. But see what you have now, a whole general, 3-star general, okay? A whole captain, redneck captain, colonel. It could just go like that. The army just keep quiet. They could just continue. Sometimes I had to call my friend and say, is it the same people when we know before be this? Okay? What is wrong? Something definitely is eating deep. And it's only stupidity that will make us think that there's something not totally wrong in this system.
Do you know, KJ? Sorry, let me add, KJ, please, let me add this under 30 seconds.
Hold on. The army, I'm coming. Under General Buhari, the Cameroon was misbehaving. He almost got to Yaoundé with only one battalion, the battalion in Maiduguri. Shagari had to beg him to come back. I'm telling you military history now that Colonel Sudo told us. Colonel Sudo was the one who was telling us, you guys must go to the NDA. And in trying to encourage us, he's telling us the story of the exploit of the Nigerian army. The same army. It's shameful, my brothers. Let's put something aside, though. It's shameful. For 15 years, this same army is fighting rig-tag this thing. It doesn't matter what they have. The terrain is our terrain. We know our land.
Okay, sorry.
We know our land.
If you know the land, doesn't mean you are. You're not going to show up if you are in River State, protecting River State. You're not going to show up in Sambisa Forest like a ghost. You still have to have people there. They are protecting the states. Do you know, to protect River State, how many people you have to put there? Lagos, massive state with millions of lives. Do you know how many people have to protect Lagos? Do you know the same thing? If you, by the time you distribute it all the way through Nigeria, you see that number we have will turn out very, very fast. There was something CM said.
So, hold on. We are still talking with you. So, the Nigerian police have the mobile police, which is meant for this kind of thing, which is supposed to be, if you want extra hands in where there are issues, there's a mobile police unit. Okay, if you say you don't want, you are really serious, why do you have to distribute soldiers in civilian affairs? Why not allow people like Jonaba to start their own security outfits? Then the people can go there. Those who want to see people carrying you with uniform, they go there and rent those people. Then take your own trained people who you train, who went to what do you call this place? Who went whatever,
Sandos,
to go
Sandos,
and
and
train?
all.
Yes, not even Sandos. Not we're even talking about the one that is in Kaduna. And what that this thing?
NDA,
NDA,
They're training.
defense side.
Not that
NDA.
NDA.
NDA. There's a small one for no. There's a small
Okay,
one
Jaji.
for non-commissioned
Okay,
officers.
Nigeria.
No, Jaji
Okay,
is
I thought
even
it was
higher.
Jaji.
This one is just normal people who are non-commissioned officers. Krofo. I've forgotten
The college,
the name.
the NDA is now a
Depot.
university because the college. What is
No,
it called?
I'm talking about the depot. The depot. There's a depot where they train normal people. That is the small officers who are non-commissioned officers. Okay, they go there. You train them for 6 months. They come out and they are able to stand their ground. Listen, I want to put it to you further. I'm not serious with what I'm saying. We are losing a country. We are losing a country. Let us all wake up and
KJ.
smell
That I
the
agree
coffee.
with you.
Um,
That
It's
I
not
agree with you. But it's
KJ,
not. It's of no
KJ,
use say you are losing the
okay.
country when you don't refuse to put
KJ.
people on the ground to go and protect those people.
Okay, sorry. Well,
Now,
let's hear from. I'm going to you, Tony, but let me hear from Jonaba.
I think
okay.
forefathers I'm trying to choose the best word carefully. What you are saying, if I understand you correctly, is about recruiting more, whether it's more police or more mobile police or more soldiers, so that they can take care of the insecurity in Nigeria. Uh, One of the things I want to use as a good example, you meant well, but this is how things work. Let's say someone they carry out a surgery on that person, whether they amputate the leg, and then the surgeon done their part. It has a follow up by other therapies and nurses to nurture the person and a lot of visits to stabilize that person. The point is that no matter how good you are in doing your job as a surgeon, if you don't have other team like the therapy that will come, whether in the terms of leg, it will be occupational therapists that attend to that person. Except it's up, then will be physical therapy therapist that will attend to that person. So no matter how good you are, and you don't have a good follow up in anything, you're not going to have a good result. You will be frustrated no matter how good you are. You've done your own good job. You do not like you messed up. But when these things is not lining up for the perfect healing of that person, the person will end up in more problems. In Nigerian situation with the military and all of that, you're talking about holding the line, and they need more foot soldiers and more intelligent to keep the country safe. I don't think anybody is doubting that. But we are saying that all that added it up to make it work is not add up. Okay. How uh, Masker said before he left, how do you tell a police guy that bribe 500 to 600,000 before he get recruited, or army? How do you, and then even those that have been recruited that they want to defend their country, and they cannot even have the basic protective gadget to protect themselves, whether it's a helmet, whether it's a bulletproof vest to protect them, or if at all they get it, they buy it. So in this case, the problem is not just one thing. The problem is all over there. Just not because there is enough foot on the ground, just make it work. It's because the system around it. I don't know. Before uh, the bomb of Sokoto, whatever, by American military, I think I shared that story here. I have in-law who is in that area serving as a special uh, uh, service then. And he told me that those people are more sophisticated than them, that their drone is more better than their own, that whatever they have, they are protecting themselves with it so that they don't just come to the camp and kill them. And he said one thing to me that even if they got them right, they will receive a call. Namune, release them. It's our own. Let them go. So it's so many things that is making it not working. So in this case, if anybody says that they are losing country, and that's why I say that if at all that Boko Haram, 1,000 Boko Haram or 100 Boko Haram is going to Abuja, I think it's good let the lawmakers who are there sharing the money. I don't care about ordinary people or what Benue people have been going through, what just people have been going through, and other people, other part of the state have been going through. They should face it or escape from the country and let us start something new, more radical. I don't even believe in 2027 election with whatever they are a shallow politician running from one place to another that they're going to guide us. We need more radical and speak to the mind of Nigerians, how to build humanity in them. We have been traumatized over the years and we're still struggling with it. You can't take that trauma to serve Nigeria with a clear spirit. Thank you.
KJ, can I add
let me respond to that directly, please. This is important because that point you made just now will be accurate. I would have said, oh, yeah, that is perfect. There's a lot of other problems that are making it impossible to work in Nigeria. But now let's focus only on Nigeria. I'm not even going to use data from overseas. If you look at Nigeria itself, the cities are by and large protected. Lagos is by and large protected. Port Harcourt is by and large protected. Even South Eastern states are by and large protected. This is why you don't see this type of killings in the heart of it. Even in the north, actually, you hardly see it in the cities because those areas are protected. All I'm saying is those same Nigerians that you are employing to protect those cities, spread them out everywhere. So whatever the ills you say Nigeria has, it will still work because in the cities, many cases where I hear that bandits or terrorists are operating, and then the soldiers come and meet them there. Often the soldiers overwhelm them, even police overwhelm them. It's not the opposite. So it means that what that tells you is that they know that if they come to the cities where these people are present, they are not going to make it. That's why they don't show up there. They go where they have easy targets. That is why they are doing it. Or they can overwhelm vigilantes. What you need to do is those same type of people you have in the city that are taking bribe and all the ills we describe in Nigeria, including all the bandits that they are employing, they are good enough in the cities, so they should be good enough on the outskirts too. Scale them up.
KJ, can I say something here? You know, I think CM just made the point very bare and clear. You know, there are a lot of complexities with the military, and KJ, I mean, CM did address some of those things. Last week, the chief of army staff was in my area, trying to talk to the young people. They came to the chief of one of the towns in my area, and it was basically to talk to the chiefs to encourage their children, their wards, to join the military, the army. And it was laughable. Because if people are not willing to join the army, you must ask yourself, why? You need to ask yourself why. Because here where I am, people even as dangerous as it is, or it may seem, I mean, every job has its own occupational risk. But there are people who come here and they want to join the army because there are benefits that they feel they can derive. There are shortcuts. The army can be a shortcut to enjoying certain benefits. So people see the need to go in there. And people know that if they serve, I mean, we just saw how the pilot in Iran, you know, that went on a misadventure was extracted, and the amount of resource that was deployed to get the person out. But let us leave that apart. It is not true that the cities are not being attacked. Maiduguri has been attacked variously. Jos has been attacked. Even Abuja itself. We saw the prison invaded. The prison invaded, and Boko Haram people who were in there, were released. So that's not true. The point really is not just cannot be is simplistic to reduce the problem to numbers. You are dealing with the quality of the military. You are dealing with the equipment. You are dealing with logistics. You are dealing with intel. You are dealing with so many. You are dealing with welfare. You are dealing with so many issues. You are dealing with training. There are so many issues that are embedded that is causing this problem. And just like someone said, the Nigerian army of today is not the Nigerian army of 30 years ago. It's not. Obasanjo was living with Nzogu. Nzogu is Igbo. Obasanjo is Yoruba. They were living in the same room. In fact, Obasanjo took care of Nzogu's mother until she died. That's a Yoruba man. He wrote a book on Nzogu, even at the risk to his species. And in fact, there were things that he lost because of that. But he was speaking of him as a friend, as a brother. So the army of today is not the army that we have years back. And there's a reason for that. There's a clear reason for that. So there is a need, I agree with CN, that there's a need for a retraining. There's a need for us to sit down and look at the army. And if we have to tear it down and rebuild it, we build it. It's useless to have a large army that is not active, not proactive, that cannot be mobile, that doesn't have equipment, than a small army that is extremely active, well-trained, proactive. It's better. So the issues cannot just be reduced to number. And forefathers keep saying this thing, numbers. Numbers is good, but if your numbers is hollow, you are not trained, and you have people, black sheep and black legs, and people who are not totally committed to, and then you don't have a policy that drives what the army should do. If you look at the total budget of Nigeria, how much is this 2026 budget? How much did we put on defense? Less than 1% for the entire, not just for the army, for defense in the country. Algeria puts about 8%. So how can you now, that less than 1%, you're going to share it amongst all the various agencies and parastatals and all that are under defense? So what the army even gets is not, it's even far worse. So what is your priority? What's your policy? So this is the whole gamut of things that we're looking at. And when you hear military officers, serving military officers speak and tell you of some of the challenges that they have, and you hear the rank and file speak, and they're telling you of welfare problems, of issues of equipment, of corruption, and all that from top to bottom, and the attitude of if an American soldier dies in a battle, they must get him out. They must get the body, whatever it's going to take. They must. In our country, we see generals killed. It just dies like nobody cares. You don't even know where the body is. Dead. I'm not even talking about someone who is alive and you don't have the coordinates. You don't have anything with which you can locate where he is and so on. And even if you have, even if you have, the attitude is not one that is best practices, globally. You can't find it. So there are issues there. And until we begin to address those problems, we're lying to ourselves. That is the truth.
I think, okay, please let me chip in this. When Nigerian military, our armed forces now, the situation is so disheartening. Before independence, for United Nations to trust Nigerian army, to say let them send troops to Congo, that was the first foreign mission Nigeria went to. I think they've been to Angola during Mutala time to help to liberate Angola. And they've been going on missions. The last one should be Ekomog. Nigeria, Tunji. How many Nigerians? Tunji, Oluri, Diara. At the time, it was one Nigerian commander to the other in Ekomog. So it means if it were now, was can call on Nigerian troops, can call on Nigeria to bring a commander or even to send troops. That was 1989. So when you see, that's why I'm trying to look at all these things. Whether it is these their years of leadership or overthrow. Because why I'm saying this is that I happened not quite long ago, because of this I ran something. I ran into a supermarket and I made a new friend with some white people and then some blacks. They started talking about, well, I didn't know that they were discussing. I joined them where I parked a car. Not knowing that they all retired. Some people, their father, the Englishman, if your grandfather is in the army, he will like his own son to come through the army. Another one, that it's like they do it that way. I didn't know. That is the way they do it here. So when they were talking, they said, so I was telling them, so I started to open up a little bit. I said, why is it that the military is like an elite profession? They say, of course. Say, yes. It's an elite because of the job they do. You don't see them as somebody coming to do a job of 9 in the morning, you report, or 4 p.m. you go. It's not like that. Yes, they have barracks, really. But their job is that if they can tell a president, and do you know that a military intelligence can tell a president, this your plan, they thought to you, don't go. Instant, they stop it. They can stop a president from moving. Based on intelligence, because the president has to trust them. He said, look, from the intelligence we gathered last night and this morning, send another person to represent you and let's see what will happen. Say, don't go. Because they are the brain, they know. So you respect them, and they are so loyal to you. If you are found wanting, you are going, it is then that will match you out. You see, that's why they say the president is the civilian. The commander-in-chief is another position. That is the military. They look at military as, call it a court, call it anything. Because the secret of the country, you defend it, and you that is doing it, the moment you enter the army, you can't. That's why they said in the Western world, the highest crime you commit is espionage. To go and sell your country's secret to somebody else. You are gone. Even if you retire as a military, where you are living, government will have your phone number. They know in case they need to call you. So when you join it, you've joined it for life. Why is it that in Nigeria it is not professionalized? I will start, because I said it, as the commander-in-chief, I will take a root and branch examination. Things will be going on. I will never say, let me recruit 10 to top up or 15 or fill on. It will be based on need. And when you see that, you find out that you even need this. You continue until you get the number you want, because you saturated that area. Then this is what you do gradually. Knowing the fact that you have to be renewing it, because some people will get to retirement, they join the year 1993, maybe they're getting to retirement. Those that joined or maybe they develop one illness. Because of what they are doing, they have to retire early. They are now having leukemia. He said, okay, because of your illness, we take you to the office. You're no longer in conduct combatant or infantry. Or maybe you retire and then quietly you live your life or something, or you are dismissed because of indiscipline. So military is like, you don't treat it the way you treat a civil servant. That is my point, and that is why it's painful. You now see a military following bag of rice trailer. For what? Why for what? You don't see that. So seeing a military is like you are seeing maybe sort of God, if I can use that. Because these are elite profession. Their brain, their own is to guide the country. When you are sleeping, they are awake. They know any move they suspect, they look into it. Whatever is in the civilians has, whatever is in the military, they have their own. They have their own. So why is it that in Nigeria we treat them with kid gloves? Look at what Tinubu is doing. What can you say you are doing? Your country is hopeless, and your security system is hopeless. They are buying people, and you are starting to talk for what? And you are using money to go and bribe. That is what pains me about Tinubu's case, is that at a time, do you know they pay Nigerian military 50,000 naira a month? Or maybe some 50. What is 50,000 to a soldier? Say they buy their shoe. What an eyesore. What an eyesore. When the government pays for newspaper, Akpabio reads, but a soldier will buy his boot. Do you know do you know? I mean, how do you rationalize that? The people in the National Assembly just pack money and be giving. Look at how can a soldier be buying his boot? What if he buys the one that can withstand heat because he hasn't got money? Everything military should be special. And that is used to be in those days because if they said, I remember one water bottle I used in secondary school. A soldier gave it to my dad. I said, this type of thing, don't he say, no, you can't see it in the market. It's meant for military. They manufacture it. They ported it from abroad straight to the military distance. So that's what they use. So you see, because they treat that is the way, because when you join the military, you are lucky to serve your country. It's not something that you can't get a job, then make I go manage. No. It's the first class brain, people that are really that is where you put there. It doesn't matter. So that when you know that the military is doing this, they are doing, you can't go and challenge it. Look, it is, I prefer that you send our military to go and fight in Sudan. They lose there. Or maybe you go and fight somewhere. They say, hey, because outside. You can't be in your own country. Some people will just invade your country and be murdering your own military inside your country. Murdering civilians is even bad enough. Not to talk of a general, a military. They go to defense academy, through bomb, all those things. Now, people complain that it has been infiltrated. Yes, there should be some element of truth to that. But what do? You fish them out and remove them, and then tighten the thing through recruitment and everything. Yes, all these things they are doing, a serious government, within 1 year, you must have cleaned up a little the military. Then now people will now see the professionalism. You sit down and give them a welfare package. I start from there. Nigeria can dedicate, if it's our oil this thing, 1% or 2%, mainly for goes direct to servicing our armed forces. Let me now see why. Let me see why we can't stand our freight and say this is, even if we don't want to go and fight abroad, our home, we have to guide it. And it is we that we do it. So the thing is that government is paying lip service to intelligence, this thing. You invest more. You would recruit everybody, whatever A knows, B knows it. It cannot just be for dropouts. You don't do that. You're playing with your life. And that is affecting everything we are doing now. It's affecting everything. Some of these soldiers you see running away from the far theater of where the thing is happening is for their life. They are not way pay. How can you give somebody 50,000 naira? Even if it's 100, it's too small. And you're expecting that here they buy your boot. For what? Special boots should be manufactured for them for a season. If they are going into, say, they are going to the creek in a terrain area, there's a type of uniform they will wear, and they are going to a place that the temperature is more than, for those that use centigrade, more than, let's say, 30, 37, 38, 40. There's a type of dress they should wear. Even feeding cannot be anything. Their surgery, their medical should be top class. You pay them heavily so that when you get in there, it's like playing football now. It's like playing football. When you see somebody playing in the Premiership, they are looking for striker for Chelsea. It's not everybody. If you get in, the money they will pay you is there, but can you deliver? That is the issue. So that is the way you do it. Make it attractive. The best brain should go there. Why can't you secure your country? So it is not that. That's why when they are talking of all these things, then they start talking and nonsense. Say, do you know what it means? Elite profession all over the world. Elite profession. Number one profession. That's why they say the security of life and property is the number one for commander-in-chief. Every other thing can wait. Yet Nigeria is treating it with kid gloves. Look at now the case is like a holo. The president may be running from a banditry. The vice will be, all of them will be running. If you tell them they are bombing in Jos, why didn't they go over there and then set up camp or do everything? Everybody is running away from them. They've overpowered them to the extent that they are now stealing our resources, like they say they are mining in Zamfara. I mean, it's a shame now. It's a shame. A country with commander-in-chief. I'm telling you, if I'm to be, this is what I'm going to do. I sit down and say, look, this is what we want. Military should be number one profession. It will be the dream of every young man to get into the army. The benefit, the package you gain is second to none. then your brain and the ability to do the job. That is what we need. The dedication. When you go there, you've entered. You are short for life, and then you will do the job. It's a shame.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Let me respond.
Your response
Yeah.
and your final contribution.
Yeah, like I will not stand in the way of anybody that wants to improve the welfare of soldiers. So that is not a problem. The problem I have is with people that say, don't do anything until you do this. You see, that is a logic that I find almost traitorous behavior. Why is it that you insist we should not do anything until you solve your own? I don't have any problem solving your own if you can do it instantly. If 70-something to 80% of the attacks are going on in the outskirts areas and on the roads, the reason why that is happening because they can't do it any other place. So why don't you create the same condition that you created in the urban areas, in those areas, so that you bring the attacks down now? It's up to 80% now, to reduce the numbers to the levels that are going on in the cities. So you squeeze them out. And that alone, compared to the $50 billion we are losing right now, will bring that down. And as a matter of fact, the trajectory will be different. Because once you have that type of number, your military will have more morale to fight, because they know there's reinforcement coming. Because if you look at police here in the West, when they, you see many movies, when armed robbers are coming or some, gangsters are doing whatever they are doing, when the police come, what do? They run behind their cars and they hold their ground, because they know reinforcement is coming. Even if they know that criminal outguns them, the first thing they will do, they will be radioing in for calls while they hold them in place, knowing full well they have the advantage of time. But in our own case, they want to escape because they know there's nobody coming to reinforce them, not anytime soon. And that's how that general passed, because they say this guy was either sabotage, he was looking to escape, because he knows there's no one coming. If you cannot hold, most military garrison can hold out for 30 minutes in Nigeria. No matter how small they are, they can hold out. But 30 minutes is enough response time for any reasonable nation. But we don't have that. And when we say we should do that, some of our people stand in the way. They insist, oh, no, that is not the problem. Don't recruit your people. Don't give them jobs. In other words, you're advocating for the same thing that is happening now to keep happening until your imaginary solution is actually brought to fruition, which it won't. Because to create that environment that your imaginary solution will come to fruition, or your solutions will come to fruition, is to at least give it room, give it positive environment, reduce the craziness that is going on in the country, and maybe many Nigerians will feel safe enough to return to Nigeria and even contribute more to the country. And about joining the military, if you say people don't like to join the military, where did they get all these ones that they are in there? Why is it that people don't want to retire? Why is it that you still have people bribing to join it? Do we even understand that? I must say, though, there's a very, very strong argument for welfare in the Nigerian military. And it surprises me as a matter of fact how much the Nigerian state don't value their military compared to the average salary in the country. It's really scary, because the Nigerian country is experiencing the country is almost as if the people in the country are saboteurs themselves. It's almost evil. You are experiencing such a problem and you don't even want to pay the people that are supposed to be responsible for solving it. Can you imagine that? It's like when there is fuel scarcity, but you don't want to pay the petrol stations, even their gouging rate that they give you so that you can get petrol to put inside your car. As a matter of fact, this is when you should pay the military a lot more, because you need their services now. But that's not what you see on the ground. When CM was talking in the earlier session, I was checking the salaries versus average salary of most nations. And it's scary because I wouldn't say it's scary, it's a little bit surprising because that's why it's good to check data. Because when you talk using data, what it does is it reflects reality more. And reflecting reality is the purpose of everything you do. Because if you don't want to reflect reality, the danger is that you're just going to be doing wrong things all the time. So, like Russia now emerges to be the country that pays the soldiers the most compared to the average salary. Not America, not the UK, Russia. That is a crazy country. Pays the salary, its soldiers more. I guess they are dying for the country. That's why we are very, very willing to die for the country. There's an argument there. But I think Russians are just a glut for self-sacrifice. They are ready to fight for their country no matter what. So my argument is that why do we do this thing where we know full well the Nigerians on the ground can do the job? We know full well, no matter how corrupt they are, no matter how compromised they are, because they're also compromised in the cities. Nobody says they've not had incidents occur in the cities, but it's very, very low. And often the incidents that occur in the cities are short-term. Like the one that happened in India when they went into a building and took it over. Or Russia when they did the same thing. Or in the UK when they did the same. They do that. But it's short-term. And the moment they go into those buildings, they know they will be surrounded. It's over. They are not going anywhere anymore. Either they give up the hostages or some one way or the other, there will be a kind of a military operation to go and release the hostages and neutralize the terrorists. That is the situation. I can't believe I'm about to say this. That's the situation we should be heading towards. Because when you start seeing that, what it is signaling to you is that your response time has improved. You've not given them enough time to just live like lords. And the ridiculous situation whereby they even come back and take levies. They have to pay them tax to take over, to look after territories of Nigeria. That is the ridiculous situation we've gotten ourselves, because our own people will sit here and tell us that don't recruit people. Oh, don't talk about numbers. Don't talk about numbers. Don't talk about numbers. Are you not ashamed that terrorists that barely can even read? Some of these terrorists that can barely read and they are working with sandals are collecting tax from your citizens. But you're okay in foreign country serving them and wishing that on your own people. And when you call police right now, they will show up to your door within 10 minutes. It's okay for you. I feel sorry for those women that just suffer at night when these people show up. They take their children and they set them alight. And we are all here saying, let's wait until we get the perfect military. Why do we do this? Why do we do this? What is it going to take from you? A few $100 here and there. If they ask you to pay, are you not going to pay to improve Nigeria? If they tell you to pay $100 a month, are you not going to pay? I will pay, because it's not only because I'm just being generous. It also helps me because I will be going to Nigeria too. I want to go back home and enjoy the country. You don't want to? Maybe that's the problem. You don't want to love where you are right now. How do you not feel sorry for your people who are home? That you are in the West, enjoying the bounties of the West, but you don't want that for your people in your own country. I don't understand. How can you be enjoying benefits, same benefits that you enjoy in the West, that you know some people in Nigeria, like Lagos now, they enjoy some of those benefits. If something happens in Lagos, police shows up relatively quickly. Why don't you just advocate that to be scaled up in Nigeria? It's not like Nigeria don't know how to secure somewhere. CM made a case here that Nigerian officials, military went to this in the DRC, and they've been to so many countries.
So many countries, and they distinguish themselves. Yes,
exactly.
If not Nigeria, they wouldn't have. Charles Taylor and Liberia wouldn't have ended. It's Nigerian troops that went there.
Exactly, that's my point. What you need is, so we already have the core. What you need is to scale it up. The idea that you have to break the entire thing down to start all over again. They can do it now. Our soldiers are still just as professional. They train the Somali police. You know that Nigerian police went to Somalia to train their police through the UN, like you said, just recently. Nigerians are doing things all over Africa as we speak right now. Nigerian military are doing that. They've not stopped. So we have the core already. That's like I said, you have to scale it up because you are not spirit. Jesus Christ. Why is that? What does America need 2 million soldiers?
In fact, what I will advocate is, you see, the pay for a soldier, whether you triple for, I mean, it can be, wait, if you pay the least soldier in the armed forces, let's say because of Nigerian situation, maybe 300,000, the least, let's say 400,000, the least paid, which is still managing, the least, you start from there. I don't look at military as a civil servant that you are doing government. No, your job is 24 hours because you can be called up on a Sunday in the night. Like you can be full, say, look, we summon you, you come. They say, look, we are moving. Because as somebody told me as a military, you are ready. You can be deployed any minute to anywhere based on if they need you. So such a job, they should be well rewarded, well trained. In fact, their welfare should be top notch. That is where I'm starting. I won't compromise it. I won't. If there's a percentage that Nigeria gets from revenue, you can decide the way they say from source. Say this one goes to our armed forces, separate budget, separate salaries, anything. Their own, they are elite, and they should know it so that dedication that we expect from them, it's like it's like they are walking on air because they know that they are valued.
Hold on. We need to go now. We need to go.
Just give me 1 minute, and I won't take long. You know, in my family, I have 2 people in the military here, 2. So I'm fairly familiar with what goes on there, and the benefits that they enjoy. Okay, if Boko Haram would have the audacity, because we have to reverse this argument, to go to military barracks, because these numbers that forefathers keep talking about, if they can go to a military barrack, not once, not twice, if they can go there and attack the military and inflict serious...
That is an insider job. You should know that. It's like a betrayal.
Hold on. He's making an argument for my case, and he doesn't even know it.
Let me finish. I'm not making an argument. It's not numbers.
You will find out.
It's not numbers. You see, I don't know why you are holding to. You see, sometimes I don't like to do this argument because for me it's a no. The points are very, very clear about the problems that we have in the military. It's very, very clear. Because as a young person, when I was in Nigeria, as a young man, I never saw until the Biafran troops crossed over the Midwest. I'd never seen a soldier. Never. Because you don't see them. So the point is that if you have, there are issues that you have to address. Nobody is saying that we don't need to recruit in the police or recruit, but if you know that you have a shortfall, for instance, and you are sending them to go and to roadblocks, you are sending them to go and do things that have to absolutely nothing to do with external, the defense of your country, external threats. You are sending them to do things that belong to the internal affairs, where the police and all the other paramilitary agencies are supposed to do. Then there's something wrong with you. So if you are putting this thing on
soldiers on the street, you don't have any problem with
even if you have 1 million Nigerian troops, you recruit them, you have that kind of number. And you put them, if it's possible to put them in every city, every town, every village, and so on and so forth. If you have them operate the way they are operating now, it's going to be worse. And we have to address that situation. Let us not all this beating about the bush that we're talking about. For me, it's nonsense. It's nonsense because we know if your people don't want to join the military, There's a reason. You have to ask yourself why.
They're already joining the military just because
they are not.
Your colonizer doesn't mean your people are not serving. They are there.
Can you get out and stop talking that nonsense? Can you stop talking that? You are
telling me what you are doing is evil.
Wait.
You are telling me that our people are not serving in our security forces when they're actually doing it right now and dying. What kind of person says that? Why the own people are serving foreigners? What kind of human being says that? Your people are dying. A general just died. I didn't say they are not serving in the military. What are you talking about? They are not serving in the military. What kind of person says that? Doesn't even know what he's saying. I know people that have died in the military. What are you telling me that they're not serving in the military? Well, why does he say that?
Okay, guys.
You know how offensive that sounds? People are actually dying as we speak in the military, and he's saying that they're not serving.
Calm down. Let's.
I don't understand our people. I don't know. Does it mean something else? Why does he say that?
Let's all take it easy. For thanks. Ify, you have the. If you can hear me, you are unmute yourself.
What does that guy mean that I crossed the line? When he's busy serving foreigners and he's saying our people are not serving in our own country, what does that mean? He's busy serving foreigners, but he's saying our people are not serving in the military when our people are literally dying.
He's
advocating that they should not bother to recruit into our security forces. The point he was making about them attacking the military base, I made that point already. If your military base is being attacked and you know you can hold out for 30 minutes, you are going to get reinforcement. But if there's no reinforcement coming, that's why they destroy the bases.
Father, you see, I don't want to comment on this, but let me tell you something. When you're talking about military base, these people went to the Nigerian Defense Academy. They took it down. You know how many soldiers and officers are in Nigerian Defense Academy?
That's why I say it's an inside job. That one is an inside job.
No, forget about inside job. Even if it's an inside job.
Why will it even happen?
But yes,
you can. That's what I'm saying.
Can such a thing happen?
Okay. For that again, listen to me. They went to the headquarters of the Nigerian police and bombed it. Till today, Kabir Sokoto is not still in jail. So you see, many things are happening. But let me tell you, most as you are concerned of what is going on, we are also concerned because even the people who are at war are not losing as much people as we are losing. It's not normal. It's not normal.
Nigeria used to have the best military in West Africa.
What people do is that you describe the problem and you say, don't do anything, the country is dead. That is what I find poisonous about the discourse.
We are not saying don't do anything.
Why people advocate that the other countries are doing well, but you don't want it for your country?
Wait now.
This
is my argument, and this is what I keep saying all the time. You move your people to the place that is most needed. Let me tell you something. I'm not from Plateau State, but each time I think of the people that are being massacred there, whether they are Muslims or Christians, it doesn't matter. These are human life. Nobody can replace them. Nobody. I told you here that I know Frank Uto used to come here. There are some people in his community that their lineage have been wiped off totally. There's nobody remaining on earth. They've all gone. And it's not because God desires so, but man is making it happen. So it's not as simple as we're looking at it. Something is obviously drastically wrong with us. Because no matter who you are, something is drastically wrong with us. Are you also? Let us ask the question. Are you trying to turn us to Muslims? Because there's no, if you're talking about communities that are being ravaged now, there's no such community that is Muslim community in Benue State. Benue is totally 98% Christians. So what are you going to look for there? You don't have any borders there. You don't have any full settlement there. You see, we
security causes now. If you don't have security in your towns, that is what happens. Why do we pretend as if we don't know this? They don't do that in the way you are in America right now. Why?
Hold on.
Why remove the police from your state right now? You see what happens.
Hold on, Father. You see, Frank Uto is from Guma local government. Guma local government is close to where I went to secondary school. I went to secondary school in 31 Airborne Brigade. Tattoo Airborne Brigade is close to, is bordering with their local government, where Frank Oto is coming from. It's less than, not what is 15 minutes. It's walkable distance, because some people who used to come to my school live in their villages. Okay? So in Makurdi alone, you have Tattoo Airborne, the Jumpers Club. That's what they call us, the Jumpers Club, because they are Airborne Brigade. Okay? Then in same Makurdi, you have the NASMI, Nigerian School of Military Engineering. Okay? And these are big barracks. When I say big, they are large. Okay? Not talk of the artillery brigade that is somewhere in the same Makurdi. Not talk of the Air Force base that has all the Nigerian jets before Babangida transfer them out.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a well guarded, if you're talking about the issue of guarded security-wise. But still, where that Tattoo Airborne Brigade is, Fulanis come and attack people and come back and attack, and come back and attack, and come back and attack. And nobody's moving from the barracks.
Well, you are describing the problem, but you're not describing what should be done to solve it. It's very obvious. We have millions of Nigerians without jobs.
So what
you refuse to give them jobs. You refuse.
Okay, I rest my case.
You don't want to give them jobs because you say, "Oh no, if I give them jobs, the whole thing is going to get worse."
Okay, you know what?
If you are saying our security forces are so bad, then let's retire all of them. Do you agree with that? Let's retire all the ones we have now, since they are already bad now. Why do we need anyone at all?
I will tell you what some of them say. I will tell you what some of them say. They don't have enough ammunition.
When I gave the solution I gave before, I said, I've never been in the military. Some people can become head of state because they were later like Buhari or Obasanjo. They can say, okay, me, I've been a bloody or civilian. That's why I said I call the chief of army staff. You are the head of the army. We sit down. Based on need, the different departments. How many do we have now? How many of them are doing real military work? Not staying when a senator is in Abuja, you are guarding his village in Okigwe, his mansion. No! We draw all of them. How many do we need? He will say, okay, this is this. For us to get this caliber of people, it may take us 2 years training, this. That's what I mean by based on need. We continue replacing. I wouldn't say we are going to recruit 10 million, 50 million, 1,000, 100. No. The chief of army staff because she will make that decision. As the commander-in-chief, I stand by him and say, you are in the army, the different departments, given what we are facing now, what do we do? He will say, look, the chief of, this is what we have to do.
Well,
my own is to bring the
chief.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Except you don't know anything about national security.
Why I'm saying it? Why I'm saying it is that.
Hold on. Let's see if we can get any of the retired generals to come to this program who are willing to speak. Okay. I know one is close here where I'm staying, but I've spoken to him before. He's still dragging his leg. One of them will come and they will tell you these are operational commanders who are being on ground, who are operated distance.
Yeah.
If they are willing to come and they want to talk, because you see, sometimes when they talk, those of them who are military contractors, they don't give them jobs any longer. So they are very careful of not talking. Since they are retired, some of them are 50 years old, some of them are 53, and you are supposed to be retiring maybe in 10 years. They are retired quickly, and now they don't have work to do, so they have to find a way to survive. Anyway, let's leave it at that. And now Omoyere, comrade, brother, no verse. You see, all this my life when they talk, the only places I didn't live are the places where I went to marry. I never lived in Delta, but my wife is Delta. Hey. I never lived in Yoruba land, but my wife speaks Yoruba. But all the same, the place I speak, don't be there, I can't go marry. That's all this world be. You can plan. God will do the whole thing. All right, please go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. A lot of people might not be happy with what I want to say. Pardon my voice is not good. I don't want to stress it further. I'll make it very brief. forefather, you always talk about numbers, which is important. Number without strategy is doomed. Another thing I want to say, sense of commitment to nationhood. We lack it.
Yes.
I don't know why we pretend a lot when each time we come here. Sometimes I make up my mind not to come here, but I just want to listen to people, see them express. It's like we take this thing as entertainment. We come here to entertain ourselves, to kill our boredom, and we just go home. Let me give you an example. When there is no commitment, when there is no sense of, sincerity to nation, to one's nation, when there's no sense of patriotism, no matter the numbers, no matter the ammunitions, no matter the gadgets you have, everything went in zero. You know what is sustaining Ukraine? Russia thought they would overrun Ukraine within a week, but today they are still struggling to achieve that. Why? One thing, commitment to one's father's land, sense of patriotism. I'll give you another example. America thought by now, what was it called? Will be over, but they are still struggling. Why are we talking like this? The same people that will come here every day to tell you Nigeria is not worth dying for. Now they are talking as if given the opportunity, they will do magic, they will do wonders. Why are we talking from both sides of our mouth? If you are not committed to a cause, you will have every reason to say it's not going to work. If you are committed to a cause, you're ready to die for what you stand for. Solutions will come. There will be 1 billion solution. Why are we pretending? Why are we this hypocritical? This is the same approach we adopt in our politics. We have brought it to our security. We are a bunch of jokers with this kind of attitude, selfish interest, biasness against nationhood. Everybody is looking for what to get from Nigeria, not what to contribute. Those that are gathering opposition right now, they are doing so with the hope that it will favor them. If it doesn't favor them, let me even shock you. If you give a Nigerian a bomb and you give a foreigner a bomb, the first person to strike will be in Nigeria. We are jokers with this kind of attitude. Let's keep talking here when Nigeria is going down the drain. And that's my case. Good night, everybody. We are joking.
Omoru, you don't go. Omoru, let me ask you the question.
I think I would disagree with you.
Omoru, you don't go yet. You are the commander in chief now. How do you rescue Nigeria? Because it's your solution we want now. You are the commander in chief.
That's a hypothetical question. I'm not the nobody. I was never prepared. Those are prepared to say.
It's easier said than done. It is very easy.
Hypocritical. Yeah, you prepare. You ask of somebody's party. Somebody's telling you.
Okay.
Somebody's telling you, but don't give you security.
Give us the strategy.
Somebody's telling you, but don't give security. But don't give you light. Don't vote for me. This is the end of 4 years. He's not talking about light. He's telling you, I'll give you light. People are still gathering now. The same people you are gathering now in ADC. In NDC that are becoming your political bride today.
Let's talk about what is happening now.
Can you let me laugh? The same people that caused this happening. This is something with Buhari. What? You can't let me talk. Because this is not what you want to hear. We pretend every day. You see every day Nigeria is not worth dying for. They will tell when you see Nigeria is not worth dying for. If the military handle it the same way, they will not achieve anything. We're not coming. It's not worth dying for. So how does it survive? So it's not worth dying for. It's one rolling over. It's one rolling over. It's one becoming the president of. It's not worth dying for.
Answer the question CM gave you.
Omoru, you know this question I ask you.
You can't let me talk. Because I know what you want to hear.
No, just answer the question.
No. Omoru, I want it interactive.
You know, if you don't want me to answer, you answer for me.
No, Omoru, that was the question. That was I don't know whether you listened to when I started. I said I am the commander in chief. I used myself for example, and I said, what are we do? After being swear, after inauguration today, the next day, the chief of army staff meet with a tape. We sit down. The root and branch examination of armed forces. How many are we? Yes. Yes.
Talk is cheap. It's easy to come here to say, I will do this, I will do that. The same people that are there today, everybody said that Buhari will come there in 2015 and overrun these people. But when he got there, he's not telling you they are his brothers, right? It's easy to sit down there and say, If I get there today, I will do A, B, C, and Z. You are not there. That's why you are talking like this. Once you get there, you'll be thinking how to protect your Eastern region, how to develop your region. Because the way Tinubu is employing his brothers in Lagos, the same thing you will do. We are a bunch of pretenders. We are not sincere. We don't even have Nigeria in mind. Most of us don't even have Nigeria in mind. We don't have Nigeria in mind. We have our home, first of all, our local government, our state, our ethnicity, our tribe. Before we talk about Nigeria, no sense of patriotism. We are joking. We know what we are doing. This thing we apply, it will boomerang. It will boomerang.
Save your voice. Save your voice. I can hear you. Save your voice. Save your voice.
Listen to this. Listen to this.
You're not going to
I was in a show last week. One man show. Every day, Tinubu is the best. Tinubu is the best. But something happened very close to them in Kwara. A lot of them, especially the one they call Baba, Baba. He started complaining, oh, he's not doing anything. I said, is this Baba talking or I'm just dreaming? This is Baba, is this the same you talking? You know why he was complaining? Because it was getting close. Either it's from Kwara or probably getting close to Yoruba land. He started complaining. He knew Tinubu wasn't performing. This is the kind of game all of us are playing. And it's a dangerous game. This is emotional blackmail. This is the thing you guys are doing.
Amari, don't
this is the thing we are doing. No sense of responsibility. We are pretending. We are pretending. Nigeria is going.
Drink water.
Nigeria is going.
Amari, drink water. Take water first. Amari,
I don't
drink
need water. I don't need water. Let me die if I die. I've died no time ago. Let me die.
You know what? He's a soldier. He said
Either we wake up and confront what is confronting us, or let's continue to pretend. International trouble not going to help you. America will not going to help you. What is it? I think it's everybody. Hey, my friend here. I respect you a lot. Now, we are together on one side. I like what you did in Edo. I like the politics you played in Edo. But let me shock you today. You might not be happy with this. Head of finance that was a bandit, a terrorist sponsor, Lebalami that work under Buhari to kill everybody that call Boko Harams, their brothers, their sisters. Now, he's the one you are warming up for because in opposition. You think it will favor you. We are joking. Head of finance is not your friend. Malami is not your friend. Okay. We cannot continue the way we are going. We are pretending.
All right, Omoyere, you have done well. I think you have made your point.
But CM, that point you are making, CM, calling
please
give me a breakdown of what CM KJ about what CM, because you repeated it multiple times. When you call your generals or chief, this in the defense staff, or anybody to give you briefing, you have to have an idea too, as a commander in chief, especially Nigeria is going through. Otherwise, people that are there, they may give you the same advice that they gave the others, and then you still end up in the same place.
Okay, I wanted to stop this show by 3 o'clock, after 3 hours, but now we're getting to 4 hours. I don't want that. If you can make your final input, thank you.
So. It's very interesting. You know, everybody just threw in our stuff right there, up and down. If y'all don't call opposition, the question I keep asking people is opposition, are they in power? Opposition, they are not the people in power. APC has been in power for how many years? When Tinubu before he came to power, when they went to Chatterham, this thing, and they were asking me how he's gonna, tackle insecurity. He passed the questions around. And that's what we are seeing today. So nobody's surprised. I will say it again, I will not buy for Nigeria. I will not. I say it and I have no reservation. Most of these people.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you one brief question?
No,
would you die for your tribe? It's a simple question. Would you die for your tribe?
No, which tribe? No, I'm not dying for anybody. I'm not dying for anybody. What I'm trying to say, this is my point. No,
you're not going to die for anybody, seriously?
I'm not dying for anybody. I'm not dying in terms of military. If you are telling me that, if you're asking me that, I will tell you the same thing. You live in a country that works, right? I'm sure somebody researched how much the people are serving in America and British, how much they're being paid. People want to be in the army here. People want to be. initially when I came to this country, I wanted to join the army. It was my friend that discouraged me. Do you know how much these people make? It's not about the money, but the government value the life of these people. When I was working at, I heard when you people were talking about one of the pilots that ejected, and the Americans, they have to spend so much money, to find this guy. Will it happen in Nigeria? A whole brigadier general died in Nigeria. I don't think our president even made a statement about it. How can you even say that? How can you justify that? So if somebody like that can buy and nothing was said, is it me? How did we get to this point? A whole president went to Jos and he's telling them 10 minutes, I'm going to give you 10 minutes because there is no light. Whose fault? But this is somebody who promised us that if I don't give you electricity in 4 years, vote me out. Instead, he went and bought solar. Now he is no longer worried about electricity. No empathy, no sympathy. A woman lost her only child. You told the person, bam, 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 but your son is moving around with security, convoy, not even security. Convoy of about 40 or 50 cars. Something that has never happened. Obasanjo, he has sons. Abacha, he has sons. Buhari, he has one son.
Jonathan.
All of them. We have never seen what we are seeing in Nigeria now. Can you go and enlist Sheikh Tinubu in the army? Wike has a son, and he has 2 sons. All of them, they have children. They have male children. Send them to go and join the army. So is it my life that's worth dying for in the country?
To be fair, I hear your argument. Your argument is quite valid. I said it the other day. If anybody chooses not to want to put their child in the military as it is right now, I wouldn't blame them. The reason why is not because I don't think it's a good idea to join the military. It's because the way the military is configured right now, they are not designed to succeed. They are designed to, like you said, the general dies and nothing happens.
Remember ECOMOG? I think when I was working I heard somebody say the military we have now is not the military of 30 years ago. Do you know they used to respect us? I remember when I was trying to get into secondary school, everybody, all of us were fighting to get to Army Secondary School. Then everybody was fighting so hard to get to Army Secondary School. Do you know what it means then? Now, who give a shit about it?
Nigerians are suffering, you'll be surprised. Some of them are driving Okada. If you give them a opportunity to go to the military, they will take you to.
When I went home, I remember one of the guys that drove me in the keke. He's a graduate. He said, "This is what I do to support my mother." It's not that there is anything wrong with that, but just tell me what is the future of that guy in that country. One thing I keep saying, one thing I love about Nigerians, they are the most hardworking people in the whole world. They're not even asking for too much. The easiest thing they are asking you is security, electricity. Why is it so difficult to do? Tinubu was in a hurry to go because he has other engagement, meaning that he doesn't even care. He's just there to fulfill all righteousness because Nigerians drag him. He was dragged to come to Jos. He didn't even find it in his heart to go to their house because he's afraid of dying. He's afraid that anything can happen. Instead, he invited these people to the airport and lined them just to shake their hand, and that's it.
The salary they pay Nigerian soldiers.
How many thousand lives? What happened? Another massacre happened in Jos. What are we even talking about?
But
the point I made that to lay my life for
the military should be well remunerated.
The country here we are. I see my military patients. You see, I take pride in taking care of them. When I mean pride, I take pride in, if there is anything I can do for them, I do extraordinary for them. I give them more attention, more than any other patient.
Yes.
Because when
so if you're in Nigeria, will you not? No, let me ask you: if you're in Nigeria, will you not give that to Nigerian military?
What they have seen in the war. Come on.
But hold on. If you're in Nigeria now, you're serving Nigerian soldiers, you will not give them your best.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to say is this: the country where I live now, right? They value human life. If I carry American passport and if anything happens, America will come and defend me. They will find me. But Nigeria passport is not going to do that for you. I cherish these people because I know the sacrifice they make in protecting this country. If anything happens to you and you carry Nigerian passport, will anybody give a F about you? You won't even hear them.
There are many American soldiers that are buried in Vietnam, you know, some of them that have never made it back.
At least they were recognized.
They come for you all the time.
At least they were recognized. They value human life. Their families were compensated. A lot of people.
I may be uncomfortable with us spending so much energy praising foreign countries. Okay, if you want to go by that standard,
it's just that they listen. It's not about praising them forefathers. Let us be honest. Okay, let us be honest. We don't have good leaders. And in this, I hate when people come here and talk about opposition this, opposition that, Obi this, Obi that. Obi is not in power. Opposition people are not in power. We have this government in power and they still want to continue. This is what we are getting. When Tinubu took office, everybody was shocked. We were so disappointed. At some point, we were like, okay, let us give him benefit of doubt, see what he can do. Guess what? Here we are. On the first day he was sworn in, that was when our problem started.
Yeah, so, and our problem have to end now.
Up until now, and it will continue if he reach himself to 2027, because that is
everybody should sleep. Everybody, I want to.
I think our Nigerian military, they are actually doing a good job, given what they are working with. They are doing a good job.
What?
People don't get that.
Why can't they pay? Why can't they pay our military? Why can't they pay them very well? I'm particular about pay. Why can't we pay?
They need to pay them more for sure. They are paying them very, very badly, and they don't even value them as well.
Did you guys see the guy that was expelled from the army? That gave an interview. That came to Honest Bunch and gave an interview.
Yes.
They're being paid 100 and something thousand. 50 something thousand is what their uniform costs. And they pay for their uniform.
Yes, the army said it's
50 something thousand for your uniform, and you're being paid, and you are the one paying for it too. So they are
surviving from the help of the people.
It's true. I really don't know what's wrong with them. I mean, how do you explain that?
You give them money.
Awful human beings.
But we are giving Senate.
If I give you, how much do you spend in just a day, you alone, in that Britain where you are?
No, it's true. Everybody, no. All of us agree that the pay is like nothing, because you give Akpabio them. Those people, you pay for politicians newspaper allowance, after taking all the furniture, wardrobe allowance. But you can't maintain this. It's true now.
This point, if we need to go. Thank you so much, every single one of you. You have done justice to this topic, and I want
to fathers to continue.
Oh, if he has the strength, but it's already.
You wanna go?
Yeah, no, we can just talk for a bit before we go now, just to clear the air, because
he will.
I can end when we are ready to go. Except you want to close out, that too is fine.
Okay, that's fine. You can close, KJ. Good night, everybody.
No,
it's not that easy, my people. Remember when we helped these people to fight? That was how many years ago? Ekomog and all that stuff. Where are those people? That energy.
They are still there. They are still there. The Nigerian military, they have expertise. It's just
I heard when you people are talking about our military budget. Look at Israel. Go and check. Look at tiny Israel. Look at Israel. Go and check their budget. This is Israel.
Okay. The discussion will never have an end. The beat goes on, as those days they will say.
I know we all love our country. I mean, this argument, we are just very passionate. Trust me, no matter how much we fight, We just want our country to be good. That's all.
Thank you. I really appreciate that because it's good. Sometimes it's good to reiterate this stuff.
I didn't know,
That's why
what happened with Mr. Tony that is left. But Tony, if you can hear me on behalf of this channel, I apologize to you if you didn't feel comfortable whatever was said to you. I wasn't here. I wasn't around when that.
I don't know why he took it so personal. He mentioned my name. I never mentioned his name once.
I mean,
when I was talking,
we
he
can
mentioned my name.
understand that emotions can get the best out of us.
Now, here's what I was when we have to discuss the issue that has to do with Biafra, people's passion may not be able, they may not control it, because me speaking for once, I don't want to let you know how much my parents suffered, from their own account. They lost brothers. A lot of people, the war ended in my village. The war ended in my village, and that village, the combat in my village, they said it's not something you want to witness or talk about, But that's a discussion for another day. And people who quick to ask for war, especially when you say we'll fight, they've not seen an inch of what war does. So if there's any group of people who are in Nigeria who are in a better position to survive another war, would be the Igbos, because they've seen it before. Those who have not seen before don't know what it is. They don't know. They think war is the one we see on the movies.
Aga Biafra, that's what my dad used to call it. My father, I mean, whenever he talks about this, you'd be like, oh my God, you're just imagining.
Even
Ogo Biafra.
Tomorrow, when my mother is talking about it, she's weeping. She took me to the village farm to show me what they were eating.
Yeah.
Prof, but God saved them from dying. Because right now, some people ate it after the war and they died.
Yeah.
But during the war, they were eating it. They used it for their soup, used it for everything. They were living inside, Iroko trees. Iroko trees, shelter. So you see, some people don't know what the war cost the Igbos. But so when they come, they just speak because English is cheap. My dad, till he went to be with the Lord, never recovered. He never recovered from what he lost. Never recovered. Anyway, next time.
It's a very awful event when wars occur. And this is why I always say that the lives we live have consequences. We have to be very, very careful about the choices, the way we talk to people. Even the way I spoke to Tony today, I think I tried to reflect even after he left, I tried to reflect whether it was balanced. Because sometimes you just don't know. You have to always watch your words. Words have power. And it leads to actions, and before you know it, things get out of control. And this is why I don't like when people just keep praising foreigners and bad-mouthing our own country constantly. It's like, what is
even
that?
The war, even the war Omoruyi talked today, Omoruyi was so annoyed. But if he's listening, make him stay come back. We need solution. That's why I put a question.
He's very honest, though. He's very honest. You ask him to become a president, he said he's not trained for it. Literally, he said that.
Okay, no, I don't.
I like people that are straightforward.
Because it's not unsettled. So let's leave him. When he's here, we cannot go back to
it's true.
But
you gave him president, he resigned immediately.
I want to say,
I'm not ready for that job.
The issue, Pansa, who is my uncle, is still having me. I don't know what I'll do to please that man, but so as it is, those memories is not what I pray that we ever witness again.
No, I don't want.
Because it is not a good story. In fact, let me go a bit further. An uncle of mine, till he passed, he was never able to recover from the effect of the gunshots that he had in his ear. So when they are talking to you, you have to actually yell for him to hear you. And then you ask him what happened. Well, uncle, you're not hearing. Go to the doctor. Say they've tried treating it since 1970 to today. I've never worked. So there are many people who
that died, that fought for the British.
Yes.
He too suffered. He suffered some hearing loss and even had a bit of mental issues. When he got back.
Yeah.
People have been fighting for a long time, but I think this Biafra one, what did the damage was that blockade, not the actual fighting. The blockade caused a lot of civilian lives to be lost. and
No.
that is an evil thing to do, because if you block food from going to an area, supplies to go in, that is diabolical, and it's not just the soldiers.
From my account, and I don't want to spill the beans, but from my account, from what I'm trying to gather, the blockade only brought out more death to the children.
And that's the worst one.
Their friends were virtually fighting. People were gone with bare hands. Do you know that?
Yeah, because they're not getting supplies.
So they were going and saying, you know what, we are all 100 today. Okay, we know that 50 of us will not come back, but make sure that you come back with 50 guns to defend the rest. Well, Prof, let me know. One day we'll talk about this story here. The stories that we're gathering together to put in our own our memories of.
Without the blockade, you would have fought a guerrilla war that would have gone on for years. Without that blockade, they needed that blockade to end that war. Otherwise, you don't have to go head on with the soldiers. You just keep circling around them.
Fight Nigeria. Biafra fought Britain and 5 other countries, superpowers. So, but we'll discuss that on another day. Thank you so much, Prof. I appreciate that you are here.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you, CM. Thank you for coming. Today we are able to look at, and thank you everyone who is in the comment section. Please, my candid advice would be, go to Amazon and buy Dr. Rudolph's book. Very interesting, very good to read. It is titled A Kiss That Never Was. A Kiss That Never Was. We can even.
Is it a book of poetry?
It's a poetry, a collection of poetry. Okay. We can make it. We can make it a bestseller if we can buy up to 200. So every one of us, please buy and buy for your friend. Buy one and take one for your friend.
Show me the thickness of the book again. All those that are poetry there.
90 pages. I think
it's just 90 pages, out of which 7 is what you're going to read. Okay, so it's not difficult. It is an easy read, even though when you're writing, you have to put some Wariboko grammar and some grammar there that you probably not be familiar with since it's a poem. But you can check them out. Please let us also go back to the culture of reading. The reason why we come to this channel every day, I shout that we will revive our interest in researching, in reading, in getting to know what the world is all about beyond just our conjunctions and innuendos. But if we do better, the people following us behind will follow the same. And that is why we say, you see, some people think when we come here, we talk about people who are not doing well in Nigeria because we hate them. No. If we decide to, at the top, be doing something that's not correct, the people following behind us will do worse than we have done. That is how society runs. If somebody was just an ordinary crook, their children grew up to become armed robbers, So some of these people who are robbing us dry now in the government, their parents were the super DGs who are doing all kinds of things with Nigerian money. Today, they've become those who are stealing billions, and they're leaving the whole people impoverished. So our advice here is that we are not here to preach hate to the government or to anybody, whether they are north or south, but to say, look, we can do better as a people. The biggest collection of black people in the world cannot be just made up of dumb people. Some of our people have gone ahead to make the best of research. I give an example. The man I've always loved, Dr. Deshina, okay? He's an expert in agric. And how can we have an expert in agric who have done so much research? Big books they are written on agriculture, on rice and all. He's there. He's a Nigerian. And yet we are suffering from things, simple advice that you can give. Simple advice. We have, the likes of Ngozi Konjo-Iweala. Okay? These are people who have also proven who they are. We remember we have one Arimete who drove her out from Nigeria. She's now, doing some wonderful things in Egypt. Gentlemen and ladies, all we're simply saying on this channel is that we can do better. We're not a pushover. We have the manpower, we have the resources, we have the know-how. Let's get those people into office and see what we can do. I'm trying to arrange a professor of mine who is a professor in communication. Okay, I'm trying to get him to come to this program because looks like if we don't have people, we have people who know the know-how, but they will not.
KJ, I would appreciate if we can do that. We should. I really need to see some serious Nigerian intellectuals out there come up with.
Yes, these people.
KJ, what I'm even
in Europe, Europe and America, and yet they are in Nigeria. They are sitting and will come here and hire lobbies. Look, I don't want to. To be emotional about it, please. Let's just close it. Please.
Here is like mainly journalists and the art people. What we need is all these Nigerian high-tech people in the tech making waves. Can't people be able to get hold of one or two or bring them here? Because what we want is this year should be when they are talking. I know people listen. Take science, bring them, particularly those abroad. Say, give us 20% of what you are giving Oyibo. Can't you transfer it to Nigeria? Then they can sort of, by that conversation, you find they may bring up some impediments or what and what. At least that is part of it. All the time, I really need because Nigerians are into tech so much, and they are making it abroad. I've had somebody told me, say a lot of Nigerians are in high-tech companies.
Competing with Indians. Nigerians are not competing with Indians.
They are the people competing with Indians.
Yes,
just need a little bit. So
tell us they're only afraid of Nigerians in tech.
You see,
we thought. Let me even go further. We thought that Nigeria was going to be the hub for Africa. For African tech and backbone, whatever. We fell. We let Kenya take over that because of
Kenya. No, I think Nigeria is still ahead of Kenya actually.
Maybe temporarily.
Nigeria is still ahead of Kenya. Kenya is trying.
Is it not South Africa or Rwanda?
But majority of people who are bringing tech into Africa are not coming to Nigeria. They're going to Kenya.
Yeah, see, when it comes to African tech, even when Nigeria is limping along, we are still better off than many of these countries. It's that of scale.
Okay, you guys what is?
Yeah, I know that. That's why I'm saying it. And but if you compare to the world, I think that's where we should be. We shouldn't be competing in Africa. We should be competing with the world because that's where we need to be to actually make progress.
Some other some other.
No, we are better than them. I can assure you, we are better than them.
Great.
Even South Africa is struggling to catch up with our own tech sector. South Africa's stock market is higher, way higher. South Africa is a richer country, but in terms of tech, fintech and all the other, modern technology, IoT and all those things, Nigeria seems to be getting ahead of them because we scale up very easily now. We have millions of people that will buy our products, especially in Lagos. So that is why Nigeria seems to be very much.
But that's going to be a debate for another day. Let us go. So thank you, everybody, and all of you who have been in the comment section. Dan Isaiah 558. Thank you. You were one of the first person who came and you're still here. Even when you said you were going to leave, but you didn't still leave, you were here. Thank you so much. Boom Boom Ray, my bros. We may not be agreeing, but no wahala. Your side, I know your side. Thank you, all of you. CJ Okkonkwo, thank you so much. And every dumb person, even though they not give us any money today to drink tea, but it's okay. Thank you very much. OBNO, thank you so much. Pansa, thank you for being here. Thank you, all of you. All the people have TY Danjuma, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, that's my brother Tony. Thank you so much. You all contributed to making the program a big success today, and we really appreciate you. CM, I know looking at my time is almost after 9. Time is it's about 3 o'clock your time, or after 3. Yes, thank you. After 2, thank you for staying up. Just to give us your own input here. Really appreciate your contributions every time you come. You can never. If anybody listening to you, we always have something to go home with. Except the person don't like to learn.
See, See, KJ, somebody on the chat said they will answer the question I asked Omorui.
Okay. Thank you so much for wanting to answer that question. It was. I think I enjoyed the discussion, especially the fact that we now know that Rudolf is not only just another journalist out there. He's also a book writer and of a caliber that we all will love to be, which is high caliber writer. Let's get his books. This is not the only one. He has other ones. He has this American Life Self, and then they have one other one.
I've read that one. I've read that American Life.
Letter of the President Donald Trump. Yes. So there are many other writings he has. Please look up, buy it. Let's patronize him. Let's get him to be a bestseller. We can do it on this channel. We're more than 80,000 people strong. Thank you so much. On that faithful note, I'll say, may God take you through the next week and guide you and keep you, and all that you do, you will see success. In Jesus' name. Amen. On that faithful note, my name is KJ, and we leave you now. Have a good night.